Turn that stream on.
Yo,
I'm
what's
gonna be leaving you in a little bit. Gotta do some studies.
You gonna start vlogging?
No, but I should probably make a Twitter, I think.
Start vlogging. I'd watch
Because I feel like I was on the cusp of like getting something to go slightly viral with very little effort, and I missed it because I didn't have a Twitter.
Get Twitter.
Probably. Also, I should put my fucking dashboard on.
Oh, I have a cold.
Oh no.
Bought it from the new girl at work. What a bitch.
Set
No, you
these
have to get
times.
a worse cold and give that.
I feel like the way her life's going right now is payback enough. She's pretty much the same person that's my
Oh. That's not good.
amazing. It was funny because yesterday I said when she left, the only thing that made them different was that her Instagram wasn't private, and last night she made her Instagram private. So they're literally the same person. It's hilarious. I called that weeks before she started.
How is she as a worker?
She spends more time on her phone than anything else.
On Instagram?
No, just texting and all that great stuff.
Did you hear that Korean song about Instagram? It's really lit.
Is it the one by Psy?
It's the one that goes Instagram, Instagram.
Man, fuck Instagram.
What?
Stupid as hell. I hate it.
I know, it's so fucking bad. It's for people that I think just exclusively use mobile devices, which I don't understand.
I mean, 80% of people nowadays.
Alright, cheers boys and girls. And yeah, whatever in between. Okay, dokie dokie. Let's fucking get this show on the road, shall we? I have eaten so much food. So much fucking food. And I'm gonna be sluggish for a very, very long time. But that's alright. It's alright. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna get through this together. Together, you and me. Who am I talking to you right now? I'm talking to you. You there. Let's do my quick warm-up for the day, I think. Man, I need to clean the screen already. I've got all sorts of elaborate, miscellaneous junk. And I just ain't having it. Gotta get rid of all of this. Almost go. Also, let me post on my promotional thing on my Discord. Probably a good idea to do that. Alright, that's done. Be good. Hey Sweetie Pie, hello. How's it going? I gotta do studies. Unfortunately, since I knew I was gonna go a little bit later today, I had to eat food, but I ate breakfast and lunch about an hour ago, so I ate dinner half an hour ago. So I've eaten 3 meals in the span of about an hour, and I feel so full of energy. I have no idea. Just ready to take on the world. Completely enveloped in this like seemingly endless supply of power. I can't take it. Hey James, hey Silver Goose, how's it going? How's it going, buddy guitar? This is the study for today. It's gonna be a good time, but for now, let's do our new ritual, which is we do a pre-study or a pre-stream doodle while we wait for people to come in. So we're gonna do my girlfriend, maybe. You will get through it? Alright, thanks for finding my emote. But yeah, you can find this reference in the Discord study channel. I think it's in general references. You might have to scroll a little bit for it. But I do assure you, it is in there. Definitely in there. How's everybody's day going? Hope you all are doing alright. Just loosening up these drawing muscles. Can get somewhat stiff and sore, especially because I was up very late last night working on that new piece on my Instagram. Did I do this on Krita or CSP? It's completely up to you. I don't think the program really matters. Whatever you're comfortable with is the answer. Whatever floats your boat. Or your goat. Reduce music volume a little bit. Alright, thank you for the feedback. Put that down a little bit, sure. I opened up Maddie's stream instead of my own dashboard. There you go. Maddie is now streaming as well, by the way, so can we get a shout out for her if anybody in here lurking or not talking just yet? Can perhaps follow a fellow streamer, fellow art streamer, member of this community. That would be fantastic. Do appreciate Maddie, she's been good to us. About time that we be good to her in kind. All about returning those favors. It's okay. It's just a warm-up. Blocking out an idea. Doesn't necessarily have to be anything too coherent. Eyes are bigger, sweetie pie. Come on, what do you mean? They are not.
How come you don't want me, man?
Goodness. What is up with lo-fi and the... I think Tom was talking about this on stream earlier. But like, what's up with lo-fi music and them always splicing like a bit of like a random voices, you know? Just random pieces of audio. about this time that we realized that we have been painting on our background layer and there truly is no god. That's alright though. Easily salvaged, I guess.
I'm sorry.
So yeah. We're gonna do this study. I think it's gonna be an interesting study because while the piece is pretty high contrasted, the subject itself is not lit in such a way for it to have a large amount of skin variation. So it'll be an interesting thing to tackle. Just because, generally speaking, when you have high contrast pieces, you have contrast everywhere, as opposed to just on certain areas. So I think that'll be a really good final kind of example. How we can establish contrast in certain things. I think it'll be pretty educational at least. Let us learn a few things that we might have missed in the other studies, but I think overall the value studies have been incredibly helpful. I just wish I could have applied it a little better for the latest piece that I did. I think that is a very weak piece by me, particularly. It's based on my body work up to that point, but when I think about it a little bit more, there are a couple of reasons for that. One being that it's not nearly at the same time frame as my other pieces, because I was working maybe at the most for 2.5 hours on that piece. And secondly, I don't think, I don't know, maybe I just wasn't there for that piece. I don't want to make too many excuses though. I mean, I should be able to do a decent piece in that time frame. But whatever, I'm gonna chalk it up to not being able to be that consistent just yet. It's something I'm gonna definitely be working on. Run some random highlights here. It's been a while since I've drawn this style. It's been a while since I've hit puberty as well, but seems like that doesn't stop my voice from cracking. Ellie, how's it going, buddy? Just doing a quick before stream warm-up. So glad of you to join us. You missed a wonderful session last night of people of the community being on the new Discord. I like to think of it as our inaugural session. We had Maddie in there, Velocity, Bamf, Guitarra, just shooting the shit. It was a fun old time. But good to see you. I know that you have to turn in pretty early these days, considering you have school and whatnot. I still can't believe James laughed at my voice. Are you still on that? Like I said, Guitar just like, I think there's a combination of him trolling me and him lagging out, but yeah, he thinks I laugh at his voice. I do not. Why would I do such a thing? This does not like me. What about Discord? There you go. Hanging out on the Discord, my friend. Throw your little cutie button nose. You probably laughed at my voice too, don't worry. I mean, I thought your voice was Sam's voice, because Sam was on James's Overwatch stream, and I thought that was you. I was like, hey Ellie, how's it going? And I was quite rudely brought to bear for that. But to be fair, you and Sam sound very similar. It's not my fault. and Sam has a totally different voice. I mean, you white girls sound all the same. What do you mean? Look the same, sound the same. Are you serious? I'm flattered you thought I sounded like that adorable lady though. Sam is pretty adorbs. Not even white. I know, that's the joke. Look at how cute you look, sweetie pie. I'm drawing my girlfriend, by the way. Why does she look so sad? It's because she's stuck with me, that's why.
What's that sound? It's the waves.
I remember your voice from Willstream, I think. Were you on Willstream? I was lurking in Will's chat. My voice is so bad, oh no, is that true? How did you speak before on TeamSpeak? I think your voice is fine. I think everybody dislikes the sound of their own voice. It is just the nature of things.
Just listen.
I feel like this could be designed a little bit better. Seems a bit stronger. Your voice isn't even bad? Hell yeah. I mean, I dislike the sound of my own voice, but I never complain about it just because I hear it so much. Because I review almost every single stream that I do to see if I could have done anything better. How's Maddie's stream going, by the way? If you guys do not know, the dearest, lovely Maddie, who is a member of our community here, has begun the streaming endeavor. We all know how that can be at the beginning. If you have time, if you have an extra tab, go on, give her a lurk, go say hi. She's still streaming. I'm not entirely sure. I have her tab open, but I cannot click it at this particular juncture. We all know what the score is. Say hi. Every time I try to imagine Silly as a super cute like she acts, I just think of all the stories the people in your TeamSpeak told about the park. Oh yeah. Way to out my girlfriend. I mean, that's more my fault than anybody else's. So my girlfriend goes out of her way to do it. I'm a very persuasive gentleman. What can I say? What park? Remember Endpoint, sweetie? Our escapades? What are those stories, I wonder? Don't worry about it. Let's get some of these the looseness kind of out of our wrists. NTG was streaming, I think, last night, and she was talking about how some traditional artists will intentionally hold the brush way back on the handle, just so that they think a little bit more generally when it comes to applying certain value. I think that certainly has some merit, even in digital. So I'm actually holding my pen slightly behind. I feel like I'm going to sacrifice a good amount of control if I hold it too close. So we're establishing something of a easier middle ground. alright. He never even wears hats, by the way. I don't know why I'm drawing this. But I had an idea for like silly goose. So it's gonna be like a... This was supposed to be like a duck maw. Like a bill of a duck. But I don't think that panned out in the end. Alright though. This is what it is. I'm not too chuffed about it. Chuffed. One of those things. Do it that way. How does everybody feel about the study, by the way? That's the one we're going to be doing. I think it's pretty cool. It's definitely going to be interesting. Do you have any preference for boobage, sweetie? You want me to give you a bit of extra, bit of a touch-up, a bit of a surgical enhancement? Don't mind. It's gonna cost you though. Rude? What do you mean rude? My girlfriend, I love her. Which is why I get to just trash her whenever I can. That's like the rule of being in a relationship. But she's my best friend and I gotta give her shit. I'm fine with how they are, thank you. I'm also very fine with how they are. I'm just trying to think of how I'm gonna draw this hand. Guitar, we already did this hand. If you had shown up for the study day, you would be more than prepared. I'm fine with how they are, alright, let me just draw how I think they should be. Some big gazongas. I trash talk my BF all the time, I know, but then... Do you ever think about the fact that maybe me and you, Ellie, are in like abusive relationships and we're the abuser? You ever think about that? It actually might be a pretty interesting thing to say to show how I do hair traditionally. 'Cause I learned this technique from a comic artist called C. Cassandra. I talk about it fairly often. But she has a very unique way of doing hair. I don't know if it's unique. Maybe I'm throwing that word out too brazenly. But she kind of starts at one end of the hair. And she develops this like root system, well, this strand system where she focuses a bit more on the tips of the hair, like this, and then she forgets about the middle, and then she comes back into the root over here, and then she starts building up the hair. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's just a question, right? Something I consider all the time. I'm like, am I abusive? Am I, do I take my jokes too far? I don't know how well this translates to traditional, so I don't know if it's gonna look like garbage. But hey, we're gonna try it out. Sometimes, but you're pretty good at reading the room. I'm totally cool with it. Fair enough. Get some of these lovely occlusions. I love your sense of humor. Yeah, sure. And there we go. I guess it's all fine in the end. Unless perhaps perhaps my lovely other half. You ever think about the fact that perhaps you're in that Stockholm syndrome kind of thing? Where you don't know what's good. Maybe there's a whole world of a positive relationship that you've never seen because we're both going too far is the shock value of the joke. Yeah, basically it is. But it's fine, as long as you're happy. Everything's alright. Is that a slime on our head? So the idea was to make this a duck, but that's like gone. It's gone way past that right now. We're way past the duck stage. My girlfriend's pseudonym right now is Silly Goose. And I was like, okay, let's draw Silly Goose on her head. But I don't know where the Silly Goose left off, but it's certainly not in this piece anymore. So, ripperoni and pepperoni. Every joke needs shock value? Maybe not every joke. You can tell a couple of good jokes which don't require, you know, too many bloodied intestines and just absolutely mortified faces. Though I'm one to talk, because I tend to not have too many boundaries when I'm joking around. And yeah, it's led to some rather interesting reactions. Ah, says Salzy. How's it going, my friend Salzy? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Look at how you're crazy regular to my streams, and I can't tell you how much that means to me, my friend. Hope you're doing okay. Hope your pieces are going well, my creator brother. Hope everything's going fine in your neck of the woods. So happy came to see me. Interesting fact about my girlfriend's hair. She doesn't know that it has a mind of its own. Like, have you ever watched Evil Dead where the guy's hand is like autonomous? So my girlfriend's hair, not only is it alive, but it's also evil. Like, it is somewhat of the devil personified, because when I'm sleeping, and when we're sleeping together when I'm hugging her from behind, her hair will wake up in the middle of the night and will begin to slowly try to slide down my throat and choke me to death. And it's happened on more than one occasion, and I certainly do not appreciate it. Pen's dead, so I did nothing? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Chaz is at home, I'm visiting my father. Hey, at least you're in good company, right? That's a good thing to hear. Hope everything's going alright with your old man. I haven't seen my own dad in a while. But we talk pretty often. Or is it alright? My BF complains about my hair tickling his nose when he sleeps. Yeah, but you're like 2'10" though. So I'm sure he's fine with your hair tickling like the bottom of his abdomen while you're sleeping together. You guys do not know Ellie is a good friend of mine. She's an incredible person and I love making fun of her. Was that the fucking Game Boy Advance song? We sleep with our heads at the same place, not our feet. That makes no sense. You goddamn gentrified westerners with your Puritan tactics. Not on my watch. We should get to our studies pretty soon, hey? We gotta wrap this shit up. Let me tell you, I've done a ton of line practice since meeting NTG, aka Steph, and it has paid off very, very well, I think. It's, my lines are noticeably better than they used to be. How does Steph? Very, very good friend of mine. Lovely friend of the stream. Just a good person in general. I'm very tempted to get a commission from Steph, just because I just love her work so much. And I don't think I've met a person on Twitch that has anything negative to say about her. She's just all-around fantastic person, and definitely one of my idols here on Twitch. Just an art in general. Like, it blows my mind the fact that she doesn't think that her art's at high level, because she's where I want to be in my own work, especially for lines. But I guess these things are always relative. What are you wearing? I have no idea. She's too attractive, I can't stand it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that attractive, but Steph, I don't know, she stands up to me as like somebody that I would just have a really fun time with, like just like a kindred soul, like somebody that's really fun on the outside, but like has definitely, she's faced issues and trials and tribulations, and she's still able to spin that in a way to make other people smile, and that's something that I think we would like bond over a lot. So definitely go follow Name That Girl. Can't have enough good things to say about her. I'm waiting on you. My pencils are out there ready. Are you gonna do this study in the traditional medium? I thought you wanted to practice digital, my friend. Don't run away from it. Embrace it. You've learned all of these fantastic tricks from everybody here. Black shirt? Okay, hold on. I can actually make that work. Oh, I can study with y'all today. Got my tablet. Awesome. Very nice. Just go ahead and get the reference off of the Discord. This action over here. Isn't that the best though? Sounds super comfy. I know, you can wrap yourself up in a little burrito.
You've somehow managed to avoid a fatal blow. In your current condition, however, you can't possibly defeat me. Why are you here? Are you trying to throw away the life you so narrowly managed to keep?
Surprise! How's it going, Sus Machine? Good to see you. I'm so sorry I haven't been able to talk in your stream, but I've been in every Sus stream this last week, and I think you had one yesterday as well, didn't you? But how's it going, Sus Machine? Good to see you, my friend. If you guys do not know Susiri the artist, give her a big shout out. She gets my A++ recommendation as an artist, as a person, as a Warframe enthusiast, just in general, somebody that I very much do look forward to seeing every single day, and that I'm very inspired by because of how ambitious she is, and it's definitely bearing a lot of fruit lately. I'm so happy about all of the progress that she's made for her new book, and I'm just very happy to have known her. And I hope that when she gets super famous, she'll still remember me. She'll still remember her Indian bread. Maybe she'll write me letters. Maybe she'll lend me one of her Lamborghinis. One can hope, right? Okay, so we finish this image up with a bit of hashing, and then we are done, and then we can start doing our study for the day. But Sus, let me know how you're doing. Nuts got the book, he kind of paid himself in. Oh, wow. Pay to win, Sus Machine. Hello, there you go. I'll be saying hi to Sus. Definitely say hi to Sus. Sus is incredible. If you have... Sus streams a lot earlier than I do. She starts streaming very early. So if you're ever having trouble sleeping, or if you have woken up way too early, let me tell you, there's no better company to be spent here on Twitch TV. Besides Sus Machine's stream. So definitely high praise, high recommendation, quality artist, quality person. I really should have picked a light source direction for the speech before I started. There you go, that's a piece from my girlfriend.
Once a week. But why does it come down to the ground to do it? And why does it nearly always
I can clean it up a little bit before I save it.
the same place? Whatever the reason, it must be very important. For a sloth on
Hey
the
Sus, I was
ground
up
is almost helpless.
at 4 to go hunting. I didn't sleep at all, I'm dying. Jesus.
Could attack it, and it doesn't have the speed.
What were you hunting?
Why it comes down in this way is a mystery.
Was it rabbits? Was it humans? Plane. Sanity? Of course I will, sure. I will be putting these on the Discord most likely. These little pre-doodles. So I forgot what the nomenclature I used before to name these was. But I did one for guitar the last stream. This is number 2. So is Maddie done with her stream? I don't know if she is. I have the tab open right now.
Leaves are not very nutritious. The sloth's way of compensating for
Making my pages here as always, drinking beverages and chilling with my new essential oil diffuser. Ooh, sounds very, very cathartic. Look at you, Sus Machine, you're exfoliating. But why would you need to? You've got such perfect skin already. But you know what? It takes a lot of effort to stay ahead of everybody else, so I definitely do understand. I do get you. I'm still streaming? Yeah, if you have time and you have an extra tab, go ahead and open up Maddie's stream, see what she's working on, say hi from me. Maddie, a good friend of our stream over here. Let's give some support back to her, shall we? Alright, this is my pre-stream doodle. Not bad, I'd say. I've definitely had some worse ones. That's my girlfriend, looking very sad that she can't fit into one of my shirts. Alright, let's export this. I do think that I have a folder for this somewhere. Maybe, potentially, probably. Is possible? Is this possible? Possible? One of those things. Just pick a word. Pick any word. One of those things. Okay, I am desperately trying to find the folder in which I saved this in so we can get on with our studies for today. But if you guys are curious on what the studies are, !Discord in the chat, please join my Discord. Brand new, spanking new, got that new Discord smell to it. And yeah, people over there, very regular, very, very fun to hang out with. I had the privilege of making their acquaintance last night. We had a fun little call and discussed a lot of things ranging from art to the beautiful singing voice that guitar possesses. So be sure to join the Discord. Again, !Discord or below the stream. There's also a Discord link over there. So join the community and hopefully we can help you grow as much as you've helped us grow. Alright, so moving on to this. That new Discord smell? Hell yeah. A fresh new, spanking blue Discord smell. I've been trying to find my desktop for a while now, and it's been evading my pursuits. Gotta be somewhere around here. There you go. There you are. You got Rapscallion.
Told me so many but I still
Okay, I have no idea where to put this, so I'm just gonna put it directly on my desktop because This is wasting valuable stream time right now. How dare I? How did I get in the way of my usual studies? Alright, this is Stream Doodle 2. Let's save it as a PNG because we are not Satan worshippers that save things in JPEG, because JPEG is encoded garbage. Fun fact about my engineering course, I had to design a JPEG encoder that transferred a PNG file into JPEG, and I had to optimize it, which is a very interesting project in a class. So anyway, enough about my boring life. Let's get on to these studies. So, like I said before, if you would like to find the reference that I'm using for this stream, please join the Discord. We have a separate channel for references, and for our study day references, you will find this in the general references channel, if I'm not mistaken. So go on down there and see what you can do, see what you can tackle with that there reference. But we're gonna get into this in just a little bit. I hope one of you, two of you, three of you, any number of you, or none of you are gonna join me for this. It's gonna be a good old time. We're gonna make our way through this piece because I think this girl has some pretty strong features, and it also reminds me pretty strongly of whatchamacallit, of Clementine from Westworld. So it's going to be interesting for me because I have done that piece before. Perhaps I could potentially, probably show you that study that I did a while ago. This was, I believe, the third piece that I painted coming back into digital art, and I was super happy with it. I painted this piece right after getting a quick critique session from Sleepy Mia, so shout out to Sleepy Mia, because even though this is not like the best work, not even close to like good work, it's definitely volumes above what my work was up till that point, and I attribute that entirely to Mia giving me a paint over. So shout out to Mia, very, very sweet person, 100% deserves every follower that she gets, and I hope she makes it big. I really do. She's awesome. I really enjoy hanging out in our streams. I wish I was more active there, but what do you know? This is the Clementine study I did a while ago. So yeah, I can certainly see, distinct similarities. I mean, it kind of reminds me of it, but this was a piece that I did a while ago. I mean, a ton of things are kind of muddy, but at the end of the day, I really like a lot about this piece. Okie dokes. Let's get this off of our screen, and we are going to get into the study. I think Ellie said something about doing the study in black and white. That's perfectly fine. If you want to use a brush with a bit of opacity I can't speak. Opacity jitter? Say it 5 times. Opacity jitter. Alright, opacity jitter. You know what? No mic this stream. No mic, no cam. Just watch me draw. That's what people are here for, right? Even that's a lie, because people are here for the occasional rambling and the occasional song. And once in a while, if we strike real lucky, we produce a piece that's worth watching. But you know what? That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's perfectly alright. Because I am improving through all of this. And if I get to hang out with you guys and have a fun time while doing that, then that's all the better for me. I have a great time doing that, so... because everybody wins, right? Alright, how are we going to start off this piece? We are going to start off with very, very conservative construction lines. Okay, so what do we see? It's not what we see, but what is. Oftentimes your vision can betray you in terms of proportion. You might think things are more angled than they are. So I think oftentimes the question is not what do you see, but either what do you want to see, or what is like the more definitive way of looking at it. Because I've realized a lot, especially when thinking about, particularly, this is a bit of a tangent here, but when you're drawing a profile face, so let's think about a face in profile. So how would you draw that? So you would have your circle that you start up with every piece with, and then you would have your chin coming down here. So how would you draw a face? So you'd have the forehead coming down here, you go with the nose, Nose comes down. Got the lip. Lip comes down. You got the bottom lip. So bottom lip goes here. And then it goes down into the chin. That's how you get a pretty decent profile, right? So that's profile 101. So two big things over here that really changed my profile game. So number one, I learned this from Artyom when he was doing a profile study on his stream. So a small tangent to that is this angle over here, right underneath the nose, a lot more steep than you think it might be, because I have a tendency to do this with my noses, and that's just not true. And every time I see a picture in profile, like today while I was eating food, I was watching like clips from John Wick 2, and there was this clip of a woman in profile, and I had to pause just to like make sure that like what I was thinking was consistent. But this angle is a lot more downward than what you might assume. So this is what I assumed, so I was incorrect, glaringly. Another one is when it comes to placement of the eyes, pretty cool thing. But so generally when you're using this sort of method of drawing the face, you have a center line for the circle that makes up the majority of the head. However, this circle, I made the mistake of using the circle too heavily to place my eyes. The eyes, in fact, they start much lower than the circle, and it might even look somewhat wrong when you do it this way. But in fact, this is exactly where the eyes need to go, and putting them anywhere else can lead to a bit of a failure. I might have them too low here, but that's where they have to go. So talking about angles, the major angular problem that I was doing is this right here. So right now it doesn't seem like it's too bad, but I always used to have this particular chin angle coming out way too much. And the observational change that I used to fix this was I was like, okay, think about this chin angle for a second, and then think about this forehead angle. And I found out that the forehead angle is oftentimes a lot steeper than the chin angle for the majority of like facial anatomy, just facial landmarks. It's for a huge amount of faces. That's a very consistent thing. So lately, when I'm going to start to try and do these sort of profile studies or profile drawings from memory, I'm going to be thinking about this, where this steepness of this angle, if you reverse it so it's like that, it's going to be a lot greater than over here. And that was a mistake I was making a lot of times. So that might not necessarily be a mistake that you guys make, but it's certainly something that might help if you keep it in mind to draw decent profiles from memory. Yeah, but that's my little tangent over there. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, whenever I learn things, I always like to pass it on. Also, a very good thing that I did that, because I was in fact painting on my background layer there. Pamalke boost JT. Pam, how's it going? It's so lovely for you to join us today. It's my my dad in the chat, guys. I hope you can put down your pencils for just a little bit, because I know you're in the middle of studies, but say hi to the lovely, illustrious, next big creative thing on twitch.tv/xcreative, Miss Pamalke. The highest PPM, the biggest lats, the largest shoulders, the brightest smile, and just the most wonderful personality. So how's it going, Pam? Good to see you. We're gonna Pam a song. I have nothing prepared, by the way, but we're gonna just gonna wing it. My art used to suck before Anatomy Jam. That's before I met my friends James and Pam. Now they know me and everything's so free, and I'm so glad that you adopted me. I'm your son. I'm sorry I couldn't be better. I'm sorry that everything couldn't be fine. I hope that everything gets somewhat okay when I have some more time to think about more lyrics, because I'm really tired and I ate 3 meals and that was like 3,500 calories in under an hour, and I can barely see and my eyes are glossed over and it's completely fucking yellow and I am seeing demons on the side of my vision, and I can't rhyme, and I can't draw. Leave me alone. How's it going, fam? Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. It's so weird having you in my chat. I mean, it's so lovely having you in my chat, but this role reversal, I gotta say, I'm not sure how I feel about it, but we are in fact doing some studies. Indian go nap? No, I can't. So what happened today? And I should elaborate on this because if you guys haven't realized already, I'm a little bit addled in the head when it comes to thinking about certain things. I just don't seem to confine to regular sane thinking processes. So I had missed breakfast and I went for a meeting that lasted for about 5 hours, and I came back and I ate lunch and breakfast at about 5 o'clock. But then I was like, I wanted to stream, but I didn't want to eat like soggy food because I already made dinner, and I was like, I'm gonna eat dinner before stream, but I wanted to stream early. So what ended up happening is between the time of 5 and 6:30 my time, I ate 3 meals, and those were big fucking meals as well. And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised just the resilience I will have for the most dumbest shit. But yeah, if you hear me randomly go into cardiac arrest, then I mean, it's been a good run. I really appreciated you hanging out with me. Thanks for smashing that follow button, and I will see you in the afterlife. I really think artists are super unhealthy people. It's not just unhealthy, because I have to get my macros in, but I just don't seem to give a shit about meal timing anymore. Wait, can I start the study now? Yeah, we were just going into a bit of profile information here. Okay, so how do we approach this piece to begin with? And I have to be super technical here because the most technical painter on TeamSpeak, shoot me, on Twitch is in my chat. So if you don't know, Pam, when she paints, she kind of sees these matrix numbers in front of her face. So she just no longer sees the painting. It's like she just stares at her tablet and the painting kind of draws itself. It's pretty incredible once you get to her level. That's actually why you don't see her drawing very often. It's because the drawing's happening, but she doesn't need to actually do anything by herself. She's just progressed to that level, like at a mental level. Okay, what sort of face is she doing? Because I talked to Maddie yesterday. Shout out to Maddie N, by the way, good friend of the stream, and I'm trying to steer away a little bit from starting with circles for the head, because I keep preaching this one thing on my stream, which is if you're going to draw organics, please draw organics with jagged edges or triangular shapes or square shapes, and I think that really adds a bunch of believability to faces in general, or to people in general, organics, animals, everything of that sort. So if that's going to be the case, then maybe starting with circles isn't the best idea, and I'm tending to lean in this direction because the circles somewhat throw me off at the beginning. So let's see what we can accomplish here. So to begin with, put down some basic construction lines is the plan, and we kind of have an idea about where the completion of the circle is, which means we can place our eyes right below the center line. So let's put some initial landmarks right there. Also, Pam, thank you for the host, by the way. I don't know if I thanked you before, but I'm sure as hell going to thank you now. It's Indian's girlfriend, by the way. I know you are. Oh. Oh my god, did you get it? Did you get it, sweetie? I don't think I've asked you in a while. I just want to get some angles initially down. The nice thing about this face particularly is it's framed in an area of high occlusion, which means we can do basically whatever the fuck we want with the actual shape of the face, because as long as we get the silhouette correct with the hair, internal corrections are going to be fairly easy, because all we have to do is sample the dark value and everything is pretty gooch. So we're alright in that respect. Things are going to be okay. You're really confused? Yeah, Silly Goose is my girlfriend. She's so kind to come watch our streams. She's lovely. No, I've been checking with the mailroom for the last couple of weeks. Not yet. Hopefully soon. Wow. Way to lay the pressure on Pam coming in my chat. She was just like, let's see what Junior's doing. Now she got ambushed. Where's the mail, Pam? Huh? I'll check my post box. Hey, no worries, Pam. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll get there eventually. Sometimes the international shipping gets a little goofy For example, I think Steph mailed a piece to one of her viewers in February and it just came last week. So it can be a pretty long time. It can be a very long time. So don't worry about it. International shipping can be super dicey. Nobody's gonna hold you accountable. Yeah, really. Because I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm glad that my stuff isn't that bad. I think Kate, shout out to Bellatrix by the way, she mailed a piece out to one of my friends, Cassini, who lives in the UK, and that took a month and a half, if not 2 months. So it's always going to be a bit crazier than you would expect. So I'm not quite sure how often you make these kind of international deliveries, Pam. So I don't know what like the norm you've come to expect is, but at least these are the examples that I know of. I just wanted to thank her and say hello. Alright, I believe you. Is that what you wanted though? Anyway, get these square shapes in. So the value studies have been going very well lately, so I've been having a really good time with it. And it's genuinely had an it's improved my perspective on painting a lot, because I've had this complaint on stream before wherein I know what value needs to go to certain places, but I'm so hesitant to try and put that value in that place because I'm like, it just looks wrong. But I've kind of overcome the feeling of it looking wrong lately, just because I've started with the occlusions so often that things seem to be doing okay, so I guess we're going to be alright. Also, speaking of Pam, if you guys are not familiar with Anatomy Jam, or Body Jam right now, exclamation mark, is it AJ or BJ? I don't know if I changed it yet, but please, exclamation mark AJ in the chat. You go check out Miss Pamela K and Miss James Hansen for more information. Join the Study Jam Discord and please participate in the studies. These two lovely individuals single-handedly, double-handedly, they're two people, but they rekindled my love for painting, my love for drawing, and I owe everything that I have to those two, so please check them out. Give them as much support as you can. If you need to turn off this stream, please do. Just make sure those people are doing alright. Pam just celebrated, I believe, is 6k followers, so congratulations to Pam, and definitely well deserved. So many celebrations this week. Sarah was doing her birthday celebration, and Sarah's an absolute sweetheart. Also, we're getting nowhere with this paint, eh? There's some pretty glaring issues that we need to resolve. First and foremost being the silhouette of the hair needs to be cut a little bit. Let's think about the bigger shapes for a second. What exactly am I trying to accomplish here? Let's not think about the minutiae. So we clearly are off on certain angles, so let's just fix that using big, broad strokes. So like I said before stream, Steph on stream yesterday talked about how it's important to kind of step back on a piece oftentimes because you miss out on the bigger picture for the minutiae, and that's a very common mistake that happens all the time to me, to better artists than me, to worse artists than me. It's a very common issue, like entirely in art in general. You tend to maybe focus on the minutiae too much, you lose valuable time if it's a time study, which this isn't by the way. And also, perhaps things get a little bit out of hand because you don't have these larger binding shapes in order to make sure everything is in proportion with everything else. Like, it's easy to draw things in proportion when they're isolated, like you can draw an ear and every part of the ear is going to be correct, but are you placing the ear in the right angle? Are you placing the ear in the right proportion? So these are more important questions, and oftentimes that's enough to kind of remove your suspension of disbelief for a piece, wherein you can have a perfect eye or you can have a perfect mouth, but if it's not placed properly, then suddenly it doesn't look all right. And conversely, if you have like a really poorly drawn mouth, but if the values are right and it's placed in the right place, it can actually be a little bit more effective. I hate shapes, me too, man. Okay, back to luck. Gotta get this painting done. No problem, my friend. That I was able to pop in for a bit. I was so glad to have you, Pam. Shout out to Pam, by the way. So good to see you, and I hope the painting treats you well. Get that PPM on, my friend. Okay, so now, ostensibly, it kind of looks okay. Definitely needs to be a bit more square. I think Velocity came in as well. How's it going, Velocity? Good to see you, my friend. I'm sad that I wasn't able to chat with you more last night. Well, technically this morning at about 6:30, because you were up really early, by the way. Good for you. But yeah, hopefully you're doing alright. Hope you had a pretty good day. Hope your food's doing alright. It's so lovely to see you. Just getting the study done. Again, if anybody would like to join in on the studies, please join the Discord. Check the references channel. If I ever use a reference or if I find something worth putting for my reference, it goes directly into that channel. So feel free to join the Discord, steal all that shit for yourself. Don't give me any credit. Don't worry about it. I can live. Just want you guys to improve. That is the priority. Okay, so what did we say about eyes? What did we say about eyes? So on the higher value study piece that we did, we talked specifically about one thing, which was the negative space between the bottom of the nose and the eyes. So we're going to make sure that that's alright before we proceed. So what we need to do first is to describe the general shape of the eye, and the eye seems to be at a very slight angle, in fact. So let's just put that in roughly. So again, thinking in terms of triangles seems to be a pretty strong approach. Trying to maintain that distance between the eye. It's always a very deceptive thing, the distance between the eye. Very hard for me to kind of grasp it because there's so many shapes in between, but I think eyeballing it at this stage is alright. We should be okay. The only way to watch Bam stream? I know. Augmented reality, that guy. Hopefully he gets stream elements soon, so I can help him out with the commands and stuff. But I enjoy Bam's stream. Pretty solid dude. Shout out to Bamf. Very glad to know him. And he's actually very good. Like, he was good in my head before, but he was showing off some of his past work on stream, and he's tremendous. He's very good. I definitely give that guy a follow. Get that insider information. I'm not entirely sure what Bamf does for a living, but I really hope it's creative oriented, because I was very impressed with the stuff that I saw. He's the nicest dude as well. I hope you guys are doing alright. My day's been pretty fine. After stream today I'm gonna have to do a bit of work. But beyond that, I cannot complain. I do have a class tomorrow morning at about 8:45, so I'm gonna have to sleep fairly early. But I'm glad I have all my meals in me already, so I'm not gonna have to stay up for that. I'm off to bed too, sweetie pie. Have a great stream. Hey, no problem. I hope you enjoyed the doodle. It'll be on the Discord later. And I love you. I'll see you later. Hope everything goes fine in your workplace. We will talk soon. Have a good night. My girlfriend leaving. Everybody say goodbye to my girlfriend or I will ban you. Mike makes out, how's it going, my friend? Punctual as always. You guys do not know Mike. A++ premium streamer, A++ premium human being. Always so kind with his words, so deft with his artwork, so handsome in his face, so long in his deck. Just a great person in general. Please give him a follow. What is up with the angularness of like lips lately, man? Like these lips are so much more angular than I would have imagined. Angular fucking lips right now. How's it going, Mike? Good to see you, my friend. Hope streaming's been treating you alright. Hope life's been okay. Lips are a lie. I'm beginning to believe you, my friend, because every time I draw them, it seems like they change. Maybe the image is alive. Lol, thanks. I mean, I gotta change it up every time, Mike. So eventually, it's gonna get a little bit too uncomfortable. But I hope you will forgive me. I hope you will find it in your heart to lay our differences to rest. say that, you know what? At the end, maybe he was an okay guy. Maybe he didn't mean what he said. Please, Mike, I want you to take me back. I'll change, I promise. Not you, it's me. Okay. We need to gear shift a bit. We gotta gear shift. Because these lips fucking us. And we are not the type of people to get fucked by lips, alright? Unless it's voluntary and consensual. That is the rule of the stream. We are voluntary consensual artists and we're not gonna get fucked if we don't want to. Which means, what is the course of action? The course of action will be to block it out. If we cannot get something right, we block it out. And what does that mean? That means we draw in this general angle that we're gonna have to put in here anyway. So we know this sort of angle is gonna happen. So we know for a fact this angle's happening. There's no way it's not happening, alright? So that angle's happening. And we don't give a shit about anything else. That's just the simple nature of things. This is the score right now. We don't care about the rest of the lips. That's just the life that we're living right now. We just put that in because we know it's going to be there, and we're going to carve the rest of this image out using the value. We're going to use that value to our advantage. That's why I like worms. They have no facial features. I know, but they're wriggly and they get everywhere. You'll have a hard time making me uncomfortable? I mean, don't challenge me, man. Don't start a war you can't win.
The past is just a story.
Okie dokes. So how are we doing with the negative space on the face? This is an important question to ask. Is the distance between the temple and the eyes okay? The distance between the cheeks, the cheekbone and the nose okay? The bottom of the jaw, is it tapering the right way when it comes to lips? And also the most important question of the day, how shitty is this image going to look when we hit the flip button? And that is a very important question. Let us flip and just see how bad we have done, and the answer is pretty fucking bad. But this is usually the case. Nothing a quick liquefaction cannot solve. As long as we keep it in our expectations, we can never be too gobsmacked by the immediate change in our art being from semi-good to absolutely terrible. This simply is the way of things. I'm drawing at a bit of an angle, maybe my head's being tilted a little bit. It can happen. These are things that we are willing to happen, so therefore we shall expect them to happen, and we will compensate accordingly. So exactly how is this compensation going to be done? Well, I could just gradually select everything and then move them until they're in the places I can redraw certain areas, but I shall choose to use a simple liquefaction, try and reorient things to about where I think they should go. And if you want the technical term for this, I think it's called cheating by traditional artists, so you can Google that. I'm sure you'll find some interesting methods. I'm sure everybody has their own method of doing this this particular thing. Use whatever works for you. Speaking of people being angry about things, did you guys catch that McGregor versus Khabib match? And if so, what did you think? Give me your thoughts. Give me the rundown. I want to know how you felt. I had an incredible time watching that whole thing play out. Just the fundamental facial markers, all we require. We do not need more than that because we are in the stage of our art, in our art journey, where we are getting somewhat comfortable with our values, which is pretty fucking fantastic because I don't think I've ever been in this position before, which means I can take advantage of it by not using as many lines, just describing the position of things and then moving on directly into the render process. And while there is definitely drawbacks to this method, for example, maybe I'm not as accurate with the placement of certain things, but there is a benefit in that my entire piece is a lot less line dependent, so I don't have to do as much line elimination, I don't have to play with the lines as much, and it makes me a little bit stronger in terms of thinking in pure value because I'm not outlining anything. I saw a meme about it. I don't really care about it, dude. More power to you. You definitely do not have to care about it. It's a small part of the human race, after all. but I definitely did enjoy it. My latest Instagram piece was inspired by an event that transpired from that whole fight. I definitely had a good old time with it. An interesting thing about that picture, I almost went very... I actually don't want to say very viral, but I almost went somewhat popular with the with that image, because I had like close to 25 comments and 2,000 views and 100 upvotes within 20 minutes on the MMA subreddit. And yeah, they removed my post because apparently it was violating the subreddit rules. But I was kind of curious because I just posted it out of a whim. I was like, let's see what happens. And I was like, very spicy, because I was not expecting that response. So I'm like, maybe there's something there. Maybe if I want to chill out a little bit, maybe I can. Maybe I'm okay. Might not be a good enough artist to compete against the best, but I definitely think that I chose to chill out as possible. Right now, let's just focus on getting better, huh? This is a strange face. Not necessarily because it's female, because females are difficult to draw, but just the hard angular nature of the face while remaining feminine, distinctly, unequivocally feminine. Where is that coming from? Where is the femininity coming from this piece? Because by pure outlines, I wonder if I removed all the values off the reference and I just saw the piece as is, would this piece still look feminine to me? Probably yes, right? Because of the eyes and the lips and whatnot. I wish I could capture the root of this, like, this subtle feminine nature. I wish I could find exactly what that was. Where does that reside? Like, how do I make something which is, like, I could easily use the same shape and, like, make a dude. But it's definitely not a dude, just when you add all the features in, right? Is it just the eyes? Is the eyes enough? Those are questions I think about all the time. What makes something feminine? Like, you remember the old cartoons full of anthropomorphic things? I guess that's how you say that word. Where if you had just the eyes to go off of, right? Like, take Ice Age 2 with the female mammoth. Like, you could tell that's a female mammoth because it had, I don't know, slight amounts of eyelashes. There was a bit more, like, puffiness to it, maybe. I don't know, but when you have limited things to work on, like really limited features, and everything else being distinctly static, it's pretty amazing how people can kind of convey that distinctive feminine kind of look to things. And as someone that has such a hard time just drawing women in general, I have a definite appreciation for that kind of thing, because I can't even draw a woman and then drawing female, like other creatures that don't even exist, and I can tell they're female. And that's pretty crazy to me. Definitely crazy. As far as subtlety gone, you got her jaw a bit big, which goes towards masculinity. I think you are right with that one. Definitely right. There's a problem that I should put that earlier on in my process, because I do that check ever since it was mentioned on stream. But I do think I should be doing that check a lot earlier. So you're definitely right. It should be about here, right? Yeah, and I think that adds a ton, you know? The weakness of the chin. I think you're bang on that. Maybe that's my biggest problem. Because chins are weak on females. Not saying women are weak, but the chins are... I mean, it can only be described as a weak chin, so perhaps that is an issue. Yeah, already it seems a lot better. Thanks to Mike. Art Prodigy over there. Okay, let's not liquefy too much. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Fix that right quick. And I think we're getting pretty close to just getting into paint. I did say something the last time I drew a portrait. I think it was something like put in the eyes kind of early on in the piece, just so you place them so that she doesn't look skew later on. I'm just gonna quickly do that. Also, don't ever zoom in that much. Pay attention, man. What are you doing? To put in some fundamental location for the eyes. I have this eye going off a little bit skewed. Definitely something I will have to consider in the future. Eye placement is a nasty thing because once you get it slightly off, it like never looks right, even if it is right. So I tend to like not put too much thought into it after I get my sketch done, but it is definitely cause for concern. What happens if I flip? Does anything look wrong? It definitely does look wrong as fuck. So we need to do some alterations to make sure things look alright. Things look kinda okay. We are getting there. What a lovely angle that is. The jaw. It just goes straight down and then out of the chin. I don't think I would ever draw this. Like, I gotta see the shape all the time in other people's work. I do like it a lot. Something I might have to make a mental note of to try and achieve that somewhere. But again, we're having this slight issue here, wherein we're gonna have this shape paralleling the lip, and this is actually gonna come down here, I believe. That's how it goes. What about you guys that are doing this today? How are you finding this sketch phase? Going okay for you, I hope? Treating you better than it's treating me? My voice is just about to die already. I was singing to my girlfriend earlier today, and may have gone a bit all out on some of the songs, like until I blew out my voice. But you know, these things happen. They tend to happen. You don't let that hold you down too much. Keep on going. There goes my earphones, by the way. Are we spending too much time on this this year's sketch layer? Did I say that it was just going to be for initial things only? I feel like a lot of the essence has been completely lost in this image. I'll try and reclaim some of it. Where does the root of this image really lie? I think it's in the angles of the cheeks coming down into the jaw. I think that's where it really lies. That's where this image is gonna really be captured. So let's just double down on some of these shapes here, some of these hard angular shapes. And perhaps things will be okay. So already I feel like that reads a bit better. That's the same thing. Put in some initial stuff for the nose. It needs to go at least. I think this could definitely stand to be a bit higher. Of this sort, okay. I think we're getting somewhere. Maybe we leave it there for the time being. How's that placed? A bit strangely. I need to remember to keep my central dividing line and double check it once I put it in, because I think my dividing line was a bit off and it made everything a little bit off. So I had to make a lot of corrections. For the most part, I think we are somewhat back from doing that. Gotta make sure that some of the angles over here are alright. That's fine. Fine. That's alright, and that's right. Okay. That's a bit exaggerated, but we're fine with that, even if it is. Edge of the eye, we can compensate for that at a later time. It's not a big deal. Okay. So we're gonna have to put in this hand at some point, right? So we may as well put that in right now.
What the hell is this all about? Oh, I get it. He's one of those kind of guys, huh?
What are you talking about?
Make sure you hydrate.
He's not like anyone else.
Okay, I think this is gonna go fine so far. So we have the face in. This will be the second time that I draw this particular hand. If we weren't here on Saturday, we did this hand for our hand studies. If you'd like to see the results of that, it is on our Discord, !Discord in the chat to join. We do studies every single Saturday. And it was hand studies last week. Let's see the results, what everybody did for them, the references that we used. Go ahead and join the Discord. Everything is up there for everybody to see. Sort of think about these big tapering shapes. I think that was a conclusion we had. We also had a conclusion about the knuckles being in like a circular sort of fashion. We said the palm is longer than we think. It leads to the elongation of the palm. And we said the knuckles are a lot longer and they benefit a lot from having this angular sort of approach. Another thing we did say is when we draw the fingers, we want to draw the rough orientation of all the fingers to begin with before we actually start layering them out individually. This is very similar to how we would think about drawing a hair, in that we don't draw strands. Even the fingers are a lot more fundamentally like basic than strands of hair, but we don't consider them to be individual entities unless we get the rhythm of them down first. So again, these knuckles that we're going to draw, they are not going to be just drawn on after we draw the fingers. We're going to treat them as almost separate joints entirely. Try and get some of these angles down. Should have probably done some angle checks for the rest of the fingers. I just kind of did those by eye. But I think we'll be alright. Make them look a little bit believable. We have a bit of leeway to play here, as long as we get the general gist of the size to be alright. I think we're going to be okay. Everything so far. Some of these larger negative space angles be alright. Okay, that seems to be alright. Fine. We have this nice little chunk over here for the pinky. And we're gonna have this taper inwards, I think. That's a nice appeasing shape. Going back into the arm, and the arm itself tapers outward. Again, another appealing shape. Cynics. Cynics Design on YouTube talks a lot about tapering shapes and about how they are just generally more appealing. He talks about fingers in particular. You want to think about your fingers being slightly inward tapering and try to maintain that rhythm throughout your piece for it to look a little bit more, maybe not dynamic, but interesting might be a good way of putting it. It just looks more interesting.
The porch.
To die.
To be alone.
Okay, so we have the gist of a lot of the image right now. So again, thinking about that taper over there, so it might not be particularly accurate to the reference image. However, we're trying to make sure that it's still appealing to the eye. So I'm gonna have to sacrifice some of that for it to remain appealing in our eye sense. Okay, we're good with that. Make sure that this angle isn't too sharp, because it doesn't make any sense. What about this general angle off the hand? Do we have that correctly? Maybe not. This was a critique that I gave somebody yesterday. I think this angle was a bit off. I think mine is possible, but it could definitely be better. Could maybe do some angular variation later on. But for the most part, we should be okay. That seems like a decent looking hand. We got that done fairly quickly as well, so shout out to doing studies. Certainly do help a little bit at least. You definitely benefit from doing more. Never be too prepared when it comes to drawing. For now, let's just finish up the boundary of this arm, well, hand rather. So I love the angularness of knuckles. I think this is something that I really enjoyed taking away from the studies, wherein the knuckles are both a lot longer than I thought they were, and they benefited so much from being drawn in like a really angular sense, because it makes me like kind of get a weight for exactly where they are positioned, and it makes them just feel a little bit more organic when you do it this way. So I think again I got that from Cynics, maybe. Might have been Cynics or Psychra, one of them. So big shout outs to them, follow them on YouTube, and I think some of them stream on Twitch as well. But that's really cool. So this hand came down really quickly. That's pretty awesome. So again, we can use some of these references here and there to go on with the rendering of the lips. Another big thing that I made a mistake of a while ago on one of my more popular pieces on Instagram is I was a little bit crazy with the nose placement. The nose always seemed a little bit off. In fact, I think I went back after stream and corrected it and did a side-by-side analysis, and I definitely think that it would have been improved tremendously if my nose wasn't as fucked up. So that was a big takeaway for that piece. This one, however, I don't think the nose is particularly messed up. I think the lines that I've put around it is a problem. I don't know exactly where this is from, but I remember somebody saying that you never dark value both sides of the nose, because that doesn't seem right. It's either one side or no side. It's a pretty interesting and rather distinct way of looking at it. It's kind of weird thinking about it in just like two ways for nose rendering. But for the time being, I would tend to agree. Just based on the own experiences that I've had with noses and of how difficult they have been to draw for the longest time. Right now I put the minimal effort into placing the nose, and I let the rendering kind of take care of a lot of the subtleties. Okay, so let's do some final swishing and swashing. Do a bit of swishing and do a bit of swashing, perhaps a bit of swishy swashing, and we will be able to approach our final trajectory to start putting this piece into some degree rendering. Teja, thank you so much for the host, my friend, and I loved your latest Instagram post. Please share that with the chat if they haven't seen it already. But thank you so much for the host, girl. Thanks for stopping by. Your company is always appreciated. Always good to see you. How am I doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing? How's the family? Hope you're doing okay. Things in the new establishment, the new abode are going all right. We are in the middle of doing one of our many studies. This one, however, is not timed. We're just going to get this done before the end of stream. But like I was saying before, your that new Instagram post was fucking phenomenal. Like I said before, I think on another stream, one of your Inktober posts is worth like 10 of mine. This angle could definitely be improved, but the question is, do we improve it at this particular juncture? Because what I said before was, we don't have to particularly care too much about the boundaries of the face, just because of the dark value around the face. But if we ignore it right now, does that make us a bit negligent of what shape needs to be, because we're not always going to have the liberty of saying, oh, there's going to be a dark valley, we'll fix it later. So that's an interesting question to ask ourselves. So I'm going to attempt to do some mild fixes at this particular juncture, but at the most part this piece itself is definitely going to be salvaged by the fact that we have the occlusion right outside. Let me click on that teaser. Also, how's it going, my friend? Powerful Jad in the chat. That looks wonderful. The lovely little fishes. Powerful Jad in my chat. So honored and privileged and completely blessed. Absolutely blessed, I tell you, to have you in my chat. My babies are sick. Aww. What we have gone through in the last 12 hours. Kyle and I are surprisingly upbeat and rested today. Today is Thanksgiving and it's postponed until tomorrow. I hope you have a lovely Thanksgiving with the family. A good time for you to just sit back, relax, and enjoy all the things that you have fought for throughout your life to achieve and maintain and support and protect. Are you still doing Inktober? I am doing Inktober, but I am prioritizing my pieces on stream a little bit more than I am the Inktober pieces. So that's that. I'm a little bit behind still. Hopefully I can catch up, but if I'm not too fussed about it. If I cannot, chat the fuck up, Indian. How dare you? Automod? You got auto-modded? Get a wreck, chat. Fucking riggedy wrecked, son. This eye makes me violent. Some mild fixer-uppers here and there. That seems to be okay. I think we're in fine shape. That's fair. I've done 2 in 7 days, but those two, my friend, those two, absolute stunners, let me tell you. He just said your literal nationality. They call that a strong bully word. I know, how dare you call me exactly what I am. Yeah, the hell, man, Automo is racist. Have you seen that Twitch clip of the guy playing the new Call of Duty? And he called somebody like white or white man? And it censors it, and I was like, what the fuck? What is the age that we're living in? Had a is this real kind of moment. But okay, moving on swiftly from less savory topics. How is the hairline on this piece? Are we giving her a 5 head when it's not particularly appropriate to do so? This woman has a luscious head of hair, and I think we're doing her a big disservice by not portraying it accurately in terms of volume here. So let's make sure we do some justice before we go into the paint stage. Don't want to give her a bit of a receding here. She seems to have worked hard on the luster and quality of her head foliage, her follicles, her lustrous locks. I'm running out of words here to say, so let's rapidly proceed. Why is Twitch banning calling people nationalities? I don't know, it's just stupid. Oh, wasn't that Battlefield or something? Yeah, it was one of those shooting games. I know what you're talking about, but I can't recall the game. Me neither, my friend. Let's just talk more about things we have no idea specifics about. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, Canadian Thanksgiving was yesterday, wasn't it? Something like that. But happy Thanksgiving. I guess Thanksgiving weekend was yesterday. Hope y'all in the Canadians had a good time. Hope you're doing okay. But let us without further ado start splashing on some color on this piece. I'm just so excited, so thrilled, and beside myself with joy and alacrity to try and finally put some fucking value on this canvas. It's going to be a very enjoyable thing to me, because oddly lately I've been very averse to doing lines. Things I don't know anything about, seems to be. I'm crossing my fingers my kid is better by school Thursday. There should be a rule preschool about sick kids. Definitely, man. Like, kids are just... they spread disease faster than, like, most African viruses. Like, they're very, very easily catch diseases and stuff and spread them out. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because they keep touching their faces and stuff. But definitely something you do not want. I hope the little one has plenty of time to recover. Hope he does. Hope they do okay. What's I doing here? I was collapsing the layer, I believe. We merge layer with below. There we go. That's our lines for the day. I wonder if guitar is doing alright. Hopefully he is. Okay, so let's quickly talk about the value distribution of our piece, because that's oftentimes a pretty important question for us to answer. I think, yeah, it's just too hard for them to remember how to be Jones smart and they share everything in school. Yeah. Have you ever seen that that GIF/GIF, depending on how smart you want to sound, of that kid just licking a lollipop and the dog like licks it as well? And it just goes back and forth between the kid and the dog, and you're like, okay, I guess this is life. Kids equals shitty immune systems, and they're all bunched up in large numbers at school, infecting each other. Yeah, it is a wretched hive of scum and villainy in the gardens and preschools. Okay, so we do a quick value analysis on our piece, and what does that yield? What is the darkest value? Well, for the darkest value, I search for under the ears, near the hair. We seem to have just a smidge of absolute dark. Look at the corneas, that's absolute dark, okay, we expect that. And the nostrils, also absolute, just about absolute dark, fine. So we're going pretty far up there in terms of value. What about in terms of brightness? What is the brightness, the brightest part of our image? We look at the highlights on the nostril. Okay, that seems to be pretty up there. And the highlights on the nose, not as up there as I initially thought. So this piece isn't as dark as it is bright, which is a pretty interesting thing. What about the highlight on the top of the head? Okay, fine. So that's a pretty curious thing, but I have painted pictures like this before, and it seems to be a composition that's kind of repeated a lot of times, which I haven't really thought about. But this sort of overhead lighting and picking an almost completely white top value and having strands on the side of the head be painted with that value. So that's a pretty interesting kind of design choice, I guess, for your lighting. And,
fuck.
I
can't believe you've done this.
Yeah, I can't believe you've done this, but thank you so much for the follow. Mad Monk, I think is your name. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to catch on there earlier. However, my dashboard on my screen seems to be very small, and my vision is fading in my gentle old age, so I hope you will forgive me. But thank you so much for the follow, and welcome you graciously to our little gentle learning abode over here.
Fuck. I can't believe you've done
I
this.
know how you're doing. Another follow, goodness gracious. Okay, water bottle, you're more than okay. I have you right here, you're right next to me. Thanks for keeping me hydrated, my friend. In fact, I'm gonna put my lips to you right now and suck real hard, because I am thirsty. What are you people saying in the chat? My nephew got a cold, lice, and one other thing in a week, and he only goes 3 days a week. Jesus Christ. That guy's a speedrunner. He's trying to catch them all right there. Bless his heart. I find it insane. My nephew's immune system is so bad he could probably catch the flu from touching a leaf. Jesus. It's really weird the way immune systems work. Like, for example, I would spend about half the total year back home just having a terrible time with allergies and with hay fever especially. But it's odd because ever since I got here to the Netherlands, I don't know, because I've been exposed to like what I'm assuming is like Indian strain viruses my entire life. When I got here, I've just never gotten sick. Like the most I've ever gotten sick was like a sniffle every now and then, maybe in the morning if it got a little cold. But beyond that, it's just like I just don't fall sick over here. Maybe even like the food doesn't seem to upset me. I guess it's like playing a game in hard mode for a really long time, and you come back to like a bunch of like low-level NPCs and you just destroy them. I don't think what's similar to that, I'm assuming. How come you decided to do a lot of grayscale lately, James? I've been trying to work on my contrast. My contrast has been something that's been bothering me ever since I started painting again. And I can show you earlier pieces of my work, and it becomes quite evident that the one factor that's really keeping me from drawing as semi-realistic as I want to achieve is contrast. It's a factor that holds me back. In fact, I've heard a lot of artists that I admire say that they value contrast even more than color. So I've put color on the back burner for a little bit, even though that was what I thought my issue was. But I'm not that bad with color anymore. I think I'm okay, and people seem to acknowledge that I am okay with color. However, contrast has forever been a really like a looming devil in my life, and I've been always trying to fix it. So most of my studies lately have been contrast based, and I have been trying my best to compensate for that. For example, that is the reference image. My bad. Need to head out for dinner? Don't worry about it. Thank you so much for hanging out so far. I hope you have a wonderful dinner. And I hope to see you back pretty soon. I'm trying to find this piece for you. Hopefully I can find it somewhere. The stuff you've been posting recently is really awesome. I really appreciate it, man, especially coming from you. I appreciate that a lot. So I've been really pushing that sort of idea of really trying to hone in on the contrast. So you see, based on like the pieces that I post, I gradually get better at it. And I think the last one that I posted was maybe the first time I actually aimed for a particular contrast spectrum for a piece, and I got it to where I wanted it to be. So that was a pretty big breakthrough, I think, because I made such an excessive point to try and get it right, and I did get it right. So I'm pretty happy about that. Very thrilled. Coming from me, I haven't done shit in over a week. I mean, the shit you've done before that is plenty enough for me to stay impressed, my friend. Like, this is the one that I'm talking about that I think I got the contrast. I mean, it's not a strong piece by any sense of the word, but I think the overall idea of the piece was achieved, as opposed to this one, for example, wherein it is a strongly rendered piece. I won't disagree. However, the piece itself isn't the problem here. The problem is that the contrast that I wanted to achieve hasn't been achieved, and this is even more evident when I compare it to, let's say, the reference image that I use for this particular one. Like, I can just pull that up really quickly from my references. This one right here. So it's going to be really clear once I put this up here. But this was the reference image, and you can already see just the difference in contrast. Like, I can see the shape, I can see the application of the value, I can see which direction the lighting is coming from. However, it is just not dark enough, and that's what pulls it from being a realistic looking piece. It looks faded, it looks blurry, it doesn't look where I want it to look, and this is a big problem. So that's why, so if you look at the contrast in this piece and then compare it to the piece right next to it, which is right here, this is where I want it to be, because even though I don't think the anatomy and the rendering is all too realistic with this piece, it feels a lot stronger to me. At least I might be wrong in this, but it feels a lot stronger to me just because the contrast seems a little bit more realistic in terms of the lighting scheme that's been used. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. That's why I've been working on it. Hope that answers your question. You can still go over it, dude. The foundation is more than solid. I know, but the thing is, I call that piece done, which meant that was my impression given the time limit of what that piece was. But that's simply not the case, just because it's evident from the reference comparison. I guess I got the artist's eye while doing the piece, and I was just too trepidatious to go to the contrast that I wanted to. But given the later pieces, given my practice pieces, given the practice pieces I do off stream, I really do think that I'm getting a lot better at it, and I'm really happy that I am, because it's definitely been holding me back. And yeah, I'm just thrilled to be a little bit more comfortable given all these studies, and I'm glad they're bearing some amount of fruit. Honestly, feel like you're once again too harsh. I'm not demotivated at all. I'm just stating what it is. Like, just because I don't talk about the positives doesn't mean I don't see them. But I don't see any sense in talking about the positives because I don't think that benefits too many people. Negative, however, I think a lot of people can learn from my mistakes. That's just how I do the distribution. Don't worry about me. I'm not going to stop painting just because I don't think I'm where I want to be. I have a 0.5mm Pentel Quicker Clicker from 1990 with HB LED, same edge, and a ballpoint pen from Marriott Hotel. How screwed am I if I'm trying to learn how to draw portraits? Mate, even if you said you just had a ballpoint pen from Marriott Hotel, that's really all you need, because the majority of my ballpoint work, be it portraits or anatomy studies, has been with the cheapest ballpoint pens that I've gotten from like free concessions at like airports and like things that like randomly just fall into my bag in the middle of the street. Like I've drawn with some shitty ballpoint pens, and let me tell you, at least based on my personal experience, and I might be severely biased here, but I feel like the worse the ballpoint pen in terms of make, the easier it is for me to draw with it, and that might definitely be the case for you as well. It just seems like I can get a lot more variation in terms of pressure when it comes to the worse ones, because they leak a little bit more. But ultimately, the tools are only going to restrict you to a certain amount. I mean, I've seen people draw realistic portraits from just the most awful materials. Like, have you ever gone to the dark section of DeviantArt and seen people draw like pictures of Mario and Sonic in period blood? I mean, people can do a lot of things with a lot of mediums, and that's never going to stop you from getting to where you are. So the only thing that's going to stop you is you not doing it. So you seem like you're ready to do it. You're pumped to do it. So go ahead and just do it, my friend. Don't let anything stop you. You can accomplish whatever you want. I mean, just look at Photoshop or like digital things, for instance. I mean, like a lot of famous artists have done these kind of demonstrations where they say, oh, you think the brush is what makes me? Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the shittiest, most default airbrush in Photoshop, and I'm gonna finish a piece. And they finish a piece, and it's just better than anything you could ever dream of and hope for and dream for. And that's because it's more about understanding on how to achieve certain looks as opposed to what you're using to achieve said look. I mean, sure, having a super expensive pen or having implements that have been purposely built for art is going to benefit you because it might be a little bit more convenient to use. But that doesn't mean that an implement that is maybe suboptimal for the same purpose is completely precluding you from being an artist. That's just not the case. Yeah, I noticed a cheap ballpoint pen can simulate line weight the same way a pencil does. Exactly. I feel like it's a lot more useful. For example, you can go to my Instagram, which is down here. You don't have to like or follow, I don't give a shit. But way down in the Instagram, you see all of my ballpoint work, and that's without much drawing practice at all. And with no joke, like 20-cent pens. Like I bought those pens that I use for that. For all those pictures, I bought a 10-pack for less than like $1, so it was pretty crazy.
Got to bounce to class. Have a good one, guys.
Dude, have a wonderful day at class. Thank you so much for the biddies, Mike. I really appreciate you, my friend. You guys do not know Mike, like I said before, awesome person, very supportive. Thank you so much for the bits, my friend. Hope you have a wonderful day. And thanks so much for gracing me with your company and with the advice and the critiques and everything. And yeah, I hope to see you later on. And if you're working on anything later, make sure to post it on the Discord. Now, be sure to check it out. Have a great day, my friend. And make sure to follow Mike, another great artist. It's funny because in high school, my art teacher would get so mad at people that used a mechanical pencil to draw anything. That's crazy, right? I mean, how many great streamers right now use mechanical pencils? He actually would throw them on a roof. And now today people use literally anything. I know, it's crazy. I don't understand people that get dogmatic about certain principles in art, because if you've proved anything with art, it's that you can do so many things with so many different like mediums. You can accomplish so many different looks. So why be so insular with your approach, right? Like, for example, look at taggers or spray painters. Like, some of these spray painters achieve looks that I find just mind-boggling, even with like watercolor or pastels or Copics. Like how sharp they are with certain edges, and like the degree of rendering that they accomplish with just spray paint is incredible. And I can't imagine how hard and difficult that is. But they manage to do that. People can make crazy artwork with just like with graphite or with ink or with blotches or with like. I don't see why anybody should be limited by what somebody else's conception of good art is. Because ultimately art is it's a visual medium. It's if it looks appealing, if you're able to achieve certain looks, certain resemblances, that's all that it takes for it to be a legitimate form of art. That's all it takes. It can be pixel art in Minecraft, for fuck's sake. It could be anything. So I don't understand why people are dogmatic about it. It doesn't make any sense. visually appealing, if it's visually stimulating to people, it doesn't matter how you got there. Maybe when I'm at a higher skill level, I can mess around with Palomino and stuff. I mean, sure, there's nothing stopping you from doing that right now. But ultimately, if you are just getting into art, my suggestion is just to draw. Just draw what you like, draw what you love, draw for people you like, draw gifts for people that you enjoy, draw people that inspire you. Just whatever reason that you can contrive in your head to continue drawing, use that reason and just keep drawing. I mean, I stopped drawing for the longest time until my interests were rekindled here on Creative on Twitch, and it's not like I've done anything different than I have in the past. I haven't looked at new tutorials, I haven't gone to new places, and sure, I'm very grateful for the amount of people on Twitch that give me the support and information I require, but what's really changed my art game is that I'm just making pieces so regularly. Like, I've drawn more pieces in the last 4 months than I've ever drawn in the last 4 to 5 years, and I think that ultimately, everything else aside, is what's been improving me as an artist. So don't let anything stand in your way. Just keep putting the work in, keep trying, and you will make magic happen, I assure you. That's simply how the game works. Put in a semblance of this ear, shall I? Over here. I have to be really specific because it's going to be in a dark area. Maybe I don't even put them in at all. I was looking into what kind of mechanical pencils they have, and it is its own entire world with different features and variations, even the LEDs. I mean, I wouldn't put too much stock into it. I think it is what it is. But don't worry too much about it. Like, I have a couple of really good Pentel inks that I can use whenever I want to, but I always seem to default when I want to get an idea down. I always go back to my super cheap ballpoint pens because I feel super comfortable, and I just think I can make the most appealing looking thing using those ballpoints. So it doesn't matter what you choose, because you're going to master it eventually, as long as you put the time in. It's not like just because you started on the cheap ones that you're never going to be able to achieve the level that you want. It's just simply not the case. Okay, what are we doing here? We want to put in, so we put in some value for the hair, we put in the value for the skin. Now we are going to add our occlusions. Very, very important thing to do. So let's go ahead and do it. Occlusions are areas where the light is otherwise blocked. So very important that we put these in, because these are, like I say always on stream, these are like nature's lines. It's nature telling us that, hey, listen, there's another conflicting shape here, there's a plane change here. Please pay attention, and the reason why you know there's a plane change there is because you have a very dark value generally associated with that place. So we said that the value is going to be just a smidge off of the darkest value possible within Krita, which means that we can just go ahead and directly put in this value, even though it might look a little bit strange, a little bit awkward to begin with. Once we add the gradation behind it, it's all going to fit in properly. Because right now it might just seem like I'm putting in additional layers of lines for no reason. However, this is the things that's actually going to stay in the final image. These lines aren't going to feature in my final image. However, these occlusions, these dark areas, that's what's going to be in the final image. Most people here are familiar with it, but I always like repeating it to myself, just in case lest I forget the importance of occlusions. Because in my view, at least, based on all my studies that I've done recently, that occlusions are probably the most important part of any image to make it seem realistic. Get these darks in. I feel like even in drawing hair, rendering hair, the biggest mistake that people make is not including the occlusions in the hair. It makes it look unnecessarily soft or shapeless, where in fact hair does have distinct shapes, distinct shadows. So you get this occlusion down. Thankfully some areas are a little bit more darker than others. You don't have to particularly care too much about areas around. However, in areas such as this, where it's light conflicting against dark, I don't want to go too dark. Actually, it doesn't really matter if I go too dark here, because it's going to be covered by the lighter hair, so I can actually afford to do this over here. Not the biggest deal. Just doing that because I know it's going to be covered anyway, so I would like it to be a little bit dark as a basis. That might be a pretty good idea. So already everything looks a bit more framed just because of the occlusion. Really important thing. Always think about this. At least I always think about this. And the wonderful thing about this particular image is that I can use the occlusion to try and shape the face if I ever make a mistake. And this face is already far from accurate to the source, so I'm really happy about the occlusion being there because it makes my job a lot easier. In fact, if I was to draw this picture from my mind, if I was just to use no reference and draw the image, I would also have this occlusion around the face just because it helps me kind of coordinate certain locations and also to frame the face after the fact if I ever make a mistake. Pretty important thing for me. I really like doing it. Okay, so the biggest question here is, are we missing anything? We are missing plenty. For example, there's an occlusion behind here near the ear that we need to handle. Just get everything in. So I'm currently, the brush that I have selected is in just about the darkest it can be, but I'm using my pen pressure to try and get a bit of variation. But I know that I want the same dark value near certain angles, certain shapes, so that's why I'm going to use my pen pressure to kind of put those values where they need to be, and then use less pressure to kind of gradient them out so they look somewhat smooth going in. That's the current idea. So I maintain this idea of contrast, which I really want. Don't get too lost in the tools? Hell yeah, 100% agree. Okay, so you see how that frames the face. It's fantastic. That's what I want. So it's gonna happen down here as well, but I don't have to really care about the intricacies over here. Mine is really rough, but I'm switching back to personal work now. Alright. Would you like to post what you have done so far on the Discord? Because I'd love to go through it at the end of the stream and all. I posted on the Discord. Awesome. That's wonderful. Got my Veenie in the chat. How's it going, Veenie? Long time no see. I saw you in your Discord earlier today. I wanted to stop by and say hi, but it was about 8 in the morning for me. And I was like, listen, if I start talking to Veenie right now, I'm gonna be up until like 12 in the afternoon. I'm gonna miss all my meetings. I'm gonna be a failure in life. So I'm gonna think about what Veenie wants me to do, which is to be the best version of myself. So I went to sleep. I'm so sorry I couldn't say hi, but I can say hi to you now. So how's it going, Veenie? Good to see you, my friend. I just did not know both of Venus. I was actually looking at your commission page today because I have your commission page saved, and if I was looking at your commission page, that's knowledge enough for you guys to know that both of Venus is an absolute mythical monster when it comes to drawing, painting, rendering. Her style ranges from realistic to semi-realistic. Her studies are crazy. She's a wonderful person with a beautiful voice. Absolutely gorgeous human being. Please check her out at Birth of Venus. Give her a shout out in the chat, or I will unsword you. We're just working on some studies right now. So good to see you. I'd sing you a song, but if you haven't figured out already, my voice is absolute death right now. So I'm trying to be a little bit conservative until the end of stream. But so incredibly lovely for you to join us. If you would like to get the references of the study or figure out the studies that other people have done, please join my spanking new brand new premium Discord. For more information about the studies, about references, please join the Discord. Got that fresh new Discord smell. It's got some upholstery in there, imported straight from the mainland Sweden. So !Discord, or hit the Discord link underneath the stream to join up. Love getting new faces up in there. I had a wonderful time there yesterday. But I hope you're doing okay, Veenie. Now that you went through the move and everything recently. Hope you're doing okay. I will join in the study. Can't believe it. Everybody prepare to be completely outclassed because the real artist has come to town and she's not taking any prisoners. No prisoners, said Vini. That would be awesome for you to join us. Please, please do. Yeah, well, Venus is a very, very dear friend of the stream. Huge inspiration to me. Definitely a human being that you should be watching out for. Are you timing it? Nah, I'm just gonna do it until the end of stream. So probably gonna have an hour and a half or 2 hours from now. I'm gonna casually get one done. Interact with my chat. We did hand studies on Saturday. Those were timed for about 30 to 45 minutes depending on the reference, and those were really fun. So if you want to see the aftermath of that debacle, it's on our study day channel. So the study day studies and the study day references are separated out on the Discord. So I think you asked me if I'm sick. I'm not sick. I've just been talking the entire day and also sung to my girlfriend a lot earlier today and completely blown out my voice. I sang like Toto Africa like 6 times and I didn't bitch out on any of the notes. So it is a little bit problem. Okay, so what do we do for areas of dark? So for areas of dark, oftentimes I have made this mistake in the past where I was like, oh, this is an area of dark next to an area of light. Let's draw them both. However, times have somewhat changed in this respect, and now I'm of the idea that if there's an area of dark, all I do is I will completely black out that area of dark and I will reclaim the area with the surrounding colors. And this will this ensures that I have some amount of like good value coordination, and even though it might look like her boyfriend's being abusive to her, it's just for the greater good in terms of trying to compose a piece better. This doesn't really matter too much when there's plenty of time for the study, but I feel like this helps me a lot, especially in like anatomy jam and stuff like that, wherein I have to carve out things quickly and I can't keep going back and forth from values. So just to get an idea done really quickly, this seems to be a really good idea. Velocity is back. How's it going with the study? It's going pretty okay. Having a pretty good time with my chat. Having a good casual old time with the study. What is the value of these lips? Pretty fucking dark seems to be the answer, so let's put in a pretty fucking dark value. Because we gotta be consistent, of course. Will Velocity be joining us for this study? I don't know. I have no idea. She's a grown woman who can make her own decisions. I'm not gonna ask her to join. Sure that if she wanted to join, she would join of her own accord. Isn't that right, Velocity? Not a bully, by the way. Put in the value of this lower lip. Now, the lower lip seems to be of a slightly higher value than the upper lip, which means... I don't know. Is it a slightly higher value? Am I talking out of my ass here? No, I think I'm right. It is a higher value. Very interesting. So we put it in oh so gently. Like so. Seems like we've missed some occlusion here and there. Definitely an occlusion around here that we missed with the hands. Gonna be fun putting these in. Keeping things fast and loose seems to be the aim of the game. So again, like I said before, we've been doing contrast studies for a while now, and if you've gained any sort of insider information from those studies, it's that if you have a peak contrast in any one direction, especially the darks, make sure to put that value in as early as possible before you start anything else, so you get an idea of the spectrum to which you're supposed to blend towards, because if this is not the case, then everything gets messed up. So with that in mind, this is what we shall do. So while it might look like absolute gutter trash right now, we are going to persist. Thanks, I am triggered, but just stopped my Inktober because I feel not too motivated today. That's okay, buddy. It goes up and down. We're here for you. Maybe I will do that study another day, though. It seems to be a nice one. It is a nice one. I like it a lot. Love doing that hand from yesterday. Yeah. Wait, did I see that? Did I see that? Did I see that? Did you post it the day before? Man, I have no idea when... Oh, you mean on Saturday? Yeah, that Saturday hand was awesome. I really enjoyed doing it with us. It's the same hand that we have right now, by the way, because this was the same reference, if you remember. How cool is that? Okay, so we're going to reclaim some values now. So reclaim the values within the dark. Claim these values in the name of the Lord. So, in terms of color, I've been thinking a lot more about how do you pick the value of the whites of the eyes? I forgot what they're called. Anybody know the technical term for the eye whites? Is it like humor? Vitreous humor? Or is it just the whites? There's gotta be something for it, right? Albumin? Sclera? Sclera, there you go, sclera. Yeah, Venus got it as well, sclera. There you go. So I've been thinking about how to... Look at you, by the way, Anatomy Queen. Venus over there. But I've been thinking about how to pick this value because it's always been a bit of an issue. Because something that can really take you out of a piece I've seen is having these values be too bright. But I think that I've got the general value of it fairly down. I seem to be okay with that just by eye. But the color of it always seems to throw me for a loop. I don't really know what to choose oftentimes. And lately what I've been experimenting with for my own colored pieces is to check the value of the background and then desaturate the background and putting the desaturated background value as my my sclera color, and that seems to work really well, surprisingly well in fact. So that's a revelation that I've lately kind of found, which is pretty cool. Get this angle fairly right. Also, I peeked at Maddie's study and she did really well. If you guys want to get a sneak early preview at Maddie's study, which is the study I'm doing right now, check the study channel on the Discord. Smash that like button. Did you know that with Twitch Prime you can get a version, etc, etc. But man, am I excited for Winnie to be doing the study with us, for Maddie to be doing the study with us. This is my favorite phase. Ooh boy, a sneak peek. The vlog. Oh my goodness, I love the approach though, dude. You're so traditional with the approach right now. How are you feeling about that, by the way? I know you've... Because I remember the first time that you were approaching a painting using simply the value and the occlusions. How do you feel about the method now that you have more experience with it? Tell me about it. Regale me with your beautiful stories. I seem to remember one of the armor studies that you were doing was the first time that you were trying this method, unless I'm hugely mistaken. In which case, forgive me. I'm but a humble friend. But see, this is where the method kind of benefits, you know, because I'm reclaiming some of this value using my existing lighter values, going into the darks, and then suddenly it seems a little bit more natural than otherwise. It's like it's good, but it's a little bit more natural. Since the Lord piece, I stopped using line art, so you're completely right. That was the first time. Nice, good that I remember. I think it's much faster and easier, to be honest. I should definitely try it. I've been relying so much less on lines lately. I might make just a full transition, see how I mean, I go back and forth sometimes, depending on how hard the pose is. It seems like the harder the pose is, I kind of resort to not using lines. Just values to kind of shape things out. Makes me consider why am I even using it for easier pieces. So many interesting questions.
I've been held up in this city.
But I think it only works for like things that have set reference to it. I get you, because it's kind of hard to carve out something you don't know is even there, right? I mean, maybe to a certain degree it maybe works. I'm thinking about like how watercolor artists, sometimes they just blotch things on their canvas and then they find an image from those things. But I don't think that's what we want, right? Because we want to be able to draw specific things, which means you have to do thumbnailing, you have to do outlining, you have to do a whole bunch of host of things, you know? I think I agree with that assessment wholeheartedly. Some of this tiny detail in. Have I told you guys how much I've enjoyed painting recently? Painting has been such an absolute joy to do lately. I've just been enjoying so much of it with the new tablet and just with the stream being so fun. I've just been having a blast with everything. It's been very, very enjoyable. Jad asks, Venus, any tips on using that approach? Line art is by far my weakest point, yet I still rely on a rough sketch for orientation. Well, Venus is in the middle of her studies, but she will get back to you. Glad you like the new tablet. I am so happy with it. I cannot be more happy with it. Put in the value for the eyes. For me, it's best way to do it is to start zoomed really out, big brush sizes, as long as you start putting in the blobs of contrast down. You zoom in only when there's nothing more you can do with that zoom or brush size. Oh, I see. Okay, fine. I'm guessing that ensures that your silhouette and your overall proportion is correct. And then you go in to deal with the details, and then so the smaller details and the smaller details. I guess that makes perfect sense to me. Any drawbacks that you've seen so far, Vinny? Anything you don't like about it? Drawbacks from this process? Yes, indeed. Do you have any issues with it? I'm just curious what the back and forth is. Like something I should watch out for, maybe? I want to completely go away from clean rendering. I mean, sure. I don't think any of my rendering is clean anyway, so if you need any help with that, I'm sure I can help you out. Honestly, I enjoy this approach. Feels more satisfying. I know, I think... would it be wrong to say that it's like a sculpting kind of approach to painting as opposed to like just laying down things? You like sculpt things from like a rough moldy kind of side to finally like a refined image? I don't like this approach when I have to plan composition. For that, I'd rather draw. That makes sense because it's hard for you to get specific shapes in a smaller amount of time, I guess. Very valuable insight, my friend. so much for sharing all the knowledge, my friend. Coming into my chat and dropping knowledge. Appreciate you, buddy. So Venus is one of the best emote list on Twitch, so if you're looking for subscriptions, I'm pointing any fingers, but I'm gonna throw some money her way. Get some premium emotes. Do I still have my emotes? Do I have my sub tier? Because if not, you better be streaming later tonight. So I would like to keep that streak going. Oh no, I don't think I do. You streaming later tonight, Vinny? I know you were working on a piece because I was on your Discord earlier today and I saw you post a challenge piece. I don't know what the challenge was. I'm assuming for Mia, maybe? Either Mia or Batsky. That was a contest for Otsan Coffee Grindery? No shit. How do you feel about the piece? I know you completed it within the time limit, right? I have a link? Sure, go ahead. Also link your piece. I look really gorgeous and I love your style, man. I absolutely positively love your style. So does anybody else think that this looks like a Kate piece? Like I think Kate would kill this piece. She would like just kill this piece dead. Poor Kate's in New York. Never hear from her again. Gone to better places. She's with Tony Moy and Michael DiNicola and Eric Canetti. And she took a picture with Art Germ and she never told me about it. And it was on her Instagram story. Feels bad, man. Feels fucking bad, man. Artsan Coffee. Goodness me. Dude, I think your style would fit perfectly on these mugs. Or on whatever this is. Is it like, for the bags, or? The coffee grinder? Okay, I see. But all this stuff definitely looks really up your alley. You'd be a perfect fit, 100%. Yeah, so easily, man. No, you definitely made the right choice with submitting. Because I think you're right there. Miari's doing a commission? No shit. Awesome. You know what this piece could stand for? This piece could stand for the little nosh. The schnosh should be lowered just a teeny tiny bit, I think. Right, let's continue. That's awesome, dude. Another picture of Kate with Artyom. Not crazy. Everybody that I know looks up to Artyom. Every single time someone mentions conventions, I'm bummed out because there is no way I will ever travel overseas just for a con, which means I'll never get to see any of you guys unless you attend a con in Europe. I mean, never is a strong word to use, but it is what it is, and I really understand your pain, sure. Alright, man, we'll make do over here. Sometimes things just aren't in the cards, but you never know what the future may hold. One can still hope, right? Getting these okay. Alright, put in the value of the occlusion right here. We start with slightly lower value, get the placement right. Here. I mean, Tony will be in the UK later this month, and I can't even make that. It's a trade-off for family and kids. I know, man, it really sucks. But your position's not always going to be this way, I know? I mean, your kids are going to get independent sometime, and maybe you make a breakthrough somewhere or the other, and they can be taken care of while their dad goes on an adventure. You never know. Don't lose hope just yet. Always a chance that you get cut a break somewhere. Carve out his nose really quickly. Would not give that away for anything in the world, but there are things that, yeah, aren't easily accessible anymore. I get you, my friend. I mean, I tried to get you. I don't have kids of my own, so I don't think I can ever truly relate. I can't understand the feeling. This whole situation happens a bit lower. But I'm at least glad that you have the time to hang out with us here and we get to experience all that you have to offer, and vice versa. I think I'm at least grateful that that much is possible. I think that in itself is a pretty beautiful thing. I'm definitely grateful for. I know you two, you are as well. Get that done with. Alrighty, alrighty. If it wasn't for Twitch, I'd never even have considered painting, so yeah, definitely grateful to have run into all of you guys. Absolutely, the feeling is completely likewise. You're part of the community that brought me back into painting as well. And part of the reason why I hunger so much for betterness. Be better. Like you and Wednesday always raising the bar. And Vini, not to mention. I will leave Vini out of the equation. She's an absolute killer in her own right. That being said, the last few days or weeks, even I have been really slacking, or rather shifting my focus on other things. These things can happen. But if you start to notice that you feel like either horrendously like guilty about it, or you feel bad about it, you don't feel the fulfillment that you seem to crave, then you just have to like forcefully make an adjustment to get that back into your life. But maybe the time is just not right for it. You have to make that call by yourself, and nobody knows yourself better than you do. I'm sure you'll be able to figure that out. Get that ear in. Okay, let's get some of these larger values into play, shall we? Yeah. We'll deal with some brights now. So we know how bright we need to go. How bright are we right now? About that much. Let's start gently putting in some brights. Let's try using the DG main for this, shall we? Let's see how well the DG main does. I'm sure if it's something that you're missing, you'll be able to reclaim that just fine. You lack not for the dedication. Dedication. Can't speak. Roughly put in some of these values that we are missing from Le Face. I might want to consider doing this on a different layer, just because I'm not very confident with my blends. We can leave this much on, because that much I'm sure it's going to stay. Let's put that on a different layer so far, so I'm just a little bit more secure with putting these values down. Well, you won't see me in stream past midnight anymore, which means I have skipped so many streams. Sucks to miss out, but I need to fix my damn sleeping schedule. Damn insomnia started to hurt my health, so yeah, priority number one right now. I completely agree with your decision. Gotta be as hale and hearty as you can manage, my friend. This is the number one priority. Everybody here will definitely understand. While we might miss you, we do care about you a lot more than we care about you being there for us, so or your value to us, which is being here. Don't worry about it. You're doing the right thing. You're making the right call here. Put some of these initial values down. What brush is that, by the way? This is DG Main Scuffed, which is my Krita imported version of DG Main from Dave Greco's brush pack. So I have this called Scuffed DG Main, I think. No, DG Main Light. That's what I have it on my Krita as. Do you like it? I'm still getting used to it. I had a whole stream where I was practicing with it. But I really love the brush edge. The one thing I don't like about it is that it lags the shit out of my computer when I use it. But it has one of my favorite edges that I've ever used in painting. Like, I really, really dig the edge. Like what I've seen so far? Hell yeah. Also, I haven't saved this piece. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, please save your pieces if you're working on this digitally. Please save your pieces. One like equals one saved piece. Save a file, save a life. What's really cool about this brush jet is you see the single strokes of it. It's like it's really freaky. Like that's what the single strokes are like. Isn't that fucking weird? Have you ever seen a brush like this? It's like so crazy. This is with pressure. Super freaky brush. I don't think I've ever used anything like this. Like, to put that into perspective, this is what I usually paint with. Let me do the exact same thing I just did. Like, there certainly is something to be said about edges, huh? Like, that's one hell of a difference. Like, don't get me wrong, I still really like that brush. But, this one certainly is a little bit stronger in some areas. I mean, I like the role, I know, right? It's like, honey, you got a great personality and all, but let me tell you about this chick that I saw in the club today. Man, she could do everything. Then I come to appreciate odd, somewhat unpredictable brushes. I agree. I mean, I like the blends you get with them, especially for painting things like skin. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I'm doing it. Hell yeah. Story of my fucking life. Vital? How's it going, Vital? Thank you so much for posting those pieces on the Discord, by the way. I've been really enjoying your work as of late. It's not no Vital, really. Speaking of monster artists, this dude he's killing the game right now. Because Vital's already really fucking good with his painterly style of rendering. But lately he's been trying to branch out to different styles, and I can't tell you how impressed I've been lately with his work. The dude is fucking versatile. And it takes a good artist to draw well in one style, but it takes a crazy artist to do well in multiple. I think he's doing a really good job. Check out his Instagram, check out his work. Want to see some of his pieces? Either find it on his Instagram, which he will link, so I will tell him to link it right now. Also, and see some of the stuff that he posts on the various Discords that he frequents, mine included. There you go. Thank you so much for posting your Instagram. I will never get tired of seeing the studies you've done there, and the portrait as well. Your Hunger Service portrait is fucking phenomenal, and Hunger Service is a great streamer here. Very big fan of his. I wish I could join in, man, but I've got to run already. I know it's a short stay. Keep doing what you do, man. Always love seeing your work. Dude, always love seeing you here. Always put a smile on my face, always make me a bit more appreciative of the friends that I have. Seeing you in my chat, I do love going back and forth with you. I wish you well, I wish your family well. I will see you when I see you, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I wish you good tidings. Until we next meet. The Hunger Service is a sweetheart? Hell yeah. Is this the only study you're doing tonight? If so, how long you left to go on it? About an hour and a half left on it. We're just kind of doing this study really casually on the full stream, just kind of enjoying painting things out. Because this is the first time I've done a lighter skin tone for this kind of value study, so I'm not really in the position to rush it. if you wanna join us, I'd love if you did, because vital studies are pretty fucking incredible. Gotta say, some of his anatomy jam stuff keeps me up at night. Love you, James. Have a good stream. Love you too, man, my friend. Good, very good seeing you as always. Catch you soon. Did anybody else see this finger kind of going into her cheek over here? Did anybody else catch that? Because I think I completely missed it. When was this the case? Okay, how do we outline that? Put a bit of just a smidge of this occlusion right there, and then suddenly it looks like it was always there. It was always meant to be there. That's the power of occlusion, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and germs. Just woke up for a nap. I'm gonna eat some cake and then I'll give it a crack. Hell yeah, give it a crack, man. Because my study, it looks whack. But you, my friend, you are the sack. You are everything that I lack. And I don't mean to give myself flack, but you see, I started to slack. But I'm slowly trying to make myself come back. So like AC/DC, but back in black. Gotta cock my paint guns. Go click clack. Cause you know I'm all about that. The sack. I chose to ignore that finger, such a weird placement. No, Veenie! Veenie, I'm deducting 10% off your grade, young girl. How dare you? I'm gonna write a letter to your parents because of this. Guitar going, I did, Kappa. Alright, man. Got the eye of the tiger, apparently. You're a great lot to hang out with, and I'm very, very happy to be able to talk to you guys on a regular basis. I don't think you give yourself credit for how crazy you guys are. 10% is still 90%, so still an A? Well, somebody clearly didn't have Asian parents. It's not true though, because you had like the Western equivalent of Asian parents, because didn't you have, did you grow up in a Hispanic kind of household, really? Or do I have that mistaken with somebody else? Also, I'm digging this, by the way. I think this is it's not very accurate what I'm doing, but I think it's really cool. Brazil, Huehue. I was raised by my grandparents. What's your favorite memory from back then?
Hey, Nina.
Yeah.
That is La Abuelas. Hey, are tough about the grades? Hell yeah. How's it going, my friend Punto? Good to see you, you beautiful hunk of a man. You tall drink of water, you. Catch me in the middle of doing some studies. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to help myself. But so wonderful to see you, my friend. You guys are not familiar with my man. My man Punto. He's not my boy, he's my man. He is Twitch's premier photo editor, creator supporter, all-round fantastic gentleman. Always good to make his acquaintance. And just overall fantastic human being. Everybody saying hello to Punto? Hell yeah. Have too many memories to pick one? What's the first one that comes to your mind? I'm just a bit taller than Pam? Nate, you're always tall to me because whenever I see you, I'm on my knees. You get me? You feel me? Pick up what I'm putting down. Everybody's tall if you're on your knees, you know what I'm saying? What did I say? Look at Veenie's avatars, man. Veenie's avatar, I'm so stupid. Her emotes avatar. Fucking still living in 2007. Dude, this DG Mainbrush is killing the game right now. Even though I'm not even using it right now, but still killing the game. Yeah, Punto with a shout out. Follow Punto. Dear friend of mine. Fantastic human being. Finishing my Inktober day 6. Posted in chat. I want to see it. People want to see it. They all want to see it. Why do you deny us from what we crave? Give it to us. Papi. Sure, let's throw that word in there. My eyes are tired? Oh, you should take the load off, my friend. You don't have to stick around to the stream. It ain't helping you. Relax. Go play with the pupper. Take the load off. It's all good. We're gonna be okay. We'll still be here when you get back, if you get back. And if not, we're gonna be here tomorrow. Or whenever it is that you choose to join us again. It's all good. It's all Gucci. We care about you. That's the #1 priority. Put in some of these occlusions, some of these beautiful, wonderful, lovely occlusions. Get these fingies, as Epic Beast might call them. Get these fingies in order. Let me tell you, if your fingies aren't in order, my friends, you got bigger problems. You got bigger problems than not being able to draw. Always order your fingies. Yeah, that's a sexy looking hand. Alright. How many points deducted if I missed the handout completely? You failed the class. I am working on 7th day now, but this is day 6. You can call this like anatomy hand master studies. Dude, Punto, that is sick. Diva, isn't it? So fucking good. Very, very nicely done. I love the style as well. It reminds me of those super old-fashioned kind of Sailor Moon kind of animes. Animes. One of those. Very, very nice. Everybody click what Punto just posted. Solid work, my friend. Day 5 is your favorite one? Yeah, I saw that one too. Very, very nicely done. Solid job, my friend. Let us put in some darker values for the background. Feel like we're somewhat missing out on some of the values over here. There we go. Things are framed just a little bit better. You know what? Why not just go with how the image is already composed. Why don't we just go all out with that? Add some of these blotches back in, maybe. Something like this. Add a semi-horizon sort of effect here. That's hella cool. Hell yeah, it's hella fucking cool. Okay, take a brightest value. Let's just layer it in here. Try to make something semi-interesting with the background. I don't think I want to be using this brush, however. I don't like the way that's being slathered on there. Let's use this brush instead. Very pretty. Nerf this. Thank you to the Twitch community that inspired me. Did you inspire us? It's a mutual thing. Like that guy that is abroad but close to my heart. Hey, Don't you worry about it, my friend. Just giving back for all that you've given me. Yeah, let's do some self-gratification on stream, you know? It's been a decent amount of work into this piece so far, so I think we deserve to gratify ourselves, to fondle the inner animals of our creative brain. But let's do some eyes, shall we? Let's just do some eyes. The most relaxing part of the piece. It makes us think that maybe, just maybe, we know something about drawing. You know, we know something about art. There's just something that we can maybe achieve in life. Let's do some eyes. Sometimes you gotta remind yourself that there are good things in life, you know? There are things in life that you're not terrible at. Not all bad. People that go, well, eyes are really hard, well, guess you're right. Now let's just put some detail into the eyes, because I'm tired of looking into these dead pools of pure onyx. I'd like to look at something a little bit more interesting. Why not just do just that? Why not just reclaim our lost land? Get our eyes back to where we want them to be. Also, we need to get these lovely, lovely highlights on the side of the eyes. These are my favorite highlights on the entire face, by the way. The highlights right next to the eyes. I think those are like my favorite things to ever put in a painting. Sometimes I go overboard on them as well. But I really love that highlight. I think it takes like an unrealistic piece to a semi-realistic piece just like that. Some of this eye detail in. I need to go back and study more eyes. There's always room to go back and study anything. Don't hesitate, just go about it and do it. And thinking about what can I draw today, what can I do today. If the idea of eyes or anything crosses your mind, just go ahead, put the time in. You will always reap some benefit. Always something to know, something new to find out, to discover. None of us here are masters of anything we don't claim to be. Things are fine. Always going to be a takeaway. I have my days occupied now with Inktober. That is kind of fun. See, I'm almost the opposite way about it, because I'm putting my Inktober pieces on hold just because I value my usual work much higher than I do Inktober. But personally, I'm really glad that you're just drawing, you know? Just making your own pieces, because I love seeing work from you. So if Inktober is what inspires you to do that, then keep on doing it. Hell yeah, having that white belt mentality is so prevalent in like most good artists. I hesitate to say all good artists, because definitely I think there are a couple in between that I know of that I've been warned by my friends here on Creative that, you know, there are people in the industry that are definitely a little bit full of themselves. But for the most part, to be an expert or to be extremely good at anything, always gonna have to keep that beginner's mentality, that learning mentality where you're like, there's always something to glean, always something to learn or explore or discover. Having that idea in your head constantly. Good thing. Only mean better things for you and for your artwork. I say this from the position of somebody that's not even close to like being considered in like the higher brackets of drawing, but just keeping this mentality constantly, always blaming myself, always being the first to accept that things are wrong, that things need improvement. That's what's I think really brought my work from being like not even mediocre to somewhat okay. And I see the same thing from people that inspire me, from like Wednesday, from Jad, from Weidel, like all these people that I want to someday paint like. I want to be like them. I want to paint like them. Like even people in the industry level, like Eric Canetti, Dave Greco, all these people, they're so humble in their work. They're so soft-spoken, so like they're just genuine, nice people that they put their heart and soul into this, and they're always willing to like talk down to like, not talk down, I'm sorry, but talk to even what seems like the most downtrodden person and connect with them and say, all right, fine, you have this idea, maybe I should consider this idea. They never discard anything, they don't take it for granted. And that's what inspires me. Okay, so I've said something before about eyes wherein I don't put in the pupil until I've gotten this dark value in, because oftentimes this dark value kind of messes with my pupil, so I don't put that in directly. I put in the darks first. So it's weird because the way I do eyes, my process behind eyes hasn't changed in a very long time, and I think I should really start doing or looking into different ways of doing them, because I feel like the way I do them is a little bit outdated. Because every time I do eyes, I think about this one tutorial I watched almost 8 years ago from a guy named Mark Crilly, who is a Western-based like anime-style artist, and he had this one video, and I think at the time it was his most famous video. Might have definitely changed. I think he's still active on YouTube, but every time I do eyes, I think about that one video, and I follow what he taught in that video, like the simple principles to draw eyes, and I don't know, I've always done eyes based on that video, so shout out to Mark Crilly. That's Crilly spelled with a C. Cynics is a good eye video. I've been meaning to watch his anatomy quick tips on eyes. I watched his anatomy quick tips on hands, and actually, if you were here on Saturday, I kept referring to all the stuff that he talked about in that video. I'm sorry. And I think Cynics is a fucking master at what he does. I love his style of videos, and definitely think that he is worth checking out as well. I have a lot of his videos linked already on the Discord, but if there's anyone that stands out to you, make sure you post that in the tutorials and speed paint section, or whatever it's called. It's my own Discord, I don't know what it's called. It's called Useful Tutorials and Demos. You have a channel in the Discord. If you have anything that exceptionally stood out to you, that helped you a lot, make sure you give that a post, because no matter what skill level you are, definitely worth posting things that you find really resonating with you, because you never know how many people are in your exact same position that aren't as bold as you, aren't as tenacious as you, and you would really be benefiting them. Like, a weird thing that happened recently is I was helping Guitarra get like a basic understanding on how to color a piece from the flats, and while I was explaining, I got a ton of people in the chat going like, oh, that's really useful, or oh, thanks, that's good information, and they had never even asked. But you just asking about things or mentioning things is a big benefit to a lot of people, so never undermine the value of that. Matthias Filhades, I've seen, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I have seen a couple of his videos. Cesar Santos, of course, definitely. Mark Crilly, yeah. There's so many good sources of information, which stands to wonder why they're still painting is so hard for a lot of people, and that's because what I was saying before. I mean, this is, you got to put in the time. That's all you really need to do, because we are blessed with a wealth of information, just an absolute treasure trove of knowledge from artists young and old, from ages past and ones that are just budding into existence right now, using a variety of different mediums, approaches, and still, I mean, it's a testament to just how difficult getting into this thing really is, because it's not really a question of available knowledge, it's just a question of how much are you willing to spend in terms of time and practice to get where you want to be. Alright, we were doing the eyes. Let's continue doing the eyes. In Spanish, there is a saying translated: "Baby that does not cry does not eat," meaning that one needs his or her voice heard and ask questions on how to learn. Hell yeah. I sacrificed being good in school for good grades to draw. I barely passed. All about time. Hell yeah. One of my favorite things about references is I always get new ideas on how to put highlights onto my piece. Like, look at how cool those highlights are, man. Like the vertical highlights over there. Have you ever seen highlights like that on a piece? Like, I think that's really cool. Very, very pretty idea. Of course, I think that's the lighting of the camera or whatever setup that took her picture. But very, very cool idea, huh? I like that one. I like that one a lot. How does it exactly look? It's like a row of interconnected ones that are slightly angular. How cool does that look? Not bad, right? I think it looks pretty cool. Not exactly reference specific, but like it looks pretty cool. Sage, you know, on Twitch has a YouTube video where he talks about people ask things like how do I draw something where people should be thinking about the why. I mean, yeah, I guess his idea is that if you learn like the basics, the fundamentals behind it, you should be able to draw anything, right? I think that's the idea. Some of this eyeshadow. Like I said before, this is would be a really good piece for Kate to draw. To my good friend Bellatrix, aka Kate, on Twitch. Somebody that pushed me to consider streaming, and streaming has been extremely rewarding for me. I owe a ton to her. Definitely did support me on the initial phases, get me set up and everything. I do owe Kate a good lot. Kim Jung-ji, another amazing artist, has great visual library and barely ever uses reference now. This fantastic new draw. That's pretty fucking crazy, man. Like, that's something that I really enjoy seeing, is just a master at his work, you know? It's sort of like Jim Lee drawing like Gambit or like Wolverine or something. Like, it's one of the most incredible things that I think I've ever seen. And I think it's incredible specifically because art is something I think I know something about. Like I have a reference, I have some information to provide. If you say, what is art? How do you draw? How do you get from point A to point B? But to see it done in such like a masterful fashion, it's something else, man. It's just something that's so incredibly crazy to me. If you ever want to be humble, look up Jim Lee draws Gambit in 3 minutes and watch him just blow anything you've done so far out of the water in just 3 minutes. It's fucking incredible. Just the sheer time these guys have put into their work. You should definitely check out Kim Jong-ji's work as well. I'm not very familiar, I can't pick out any pieces in my head. Getting a slight blend in here. I think Jim Lee, Todd McFarlane, and other great comic artists inspire me. Recently watching some of their videos which inspired me to make that Spawn cover. Did hell yeah. I think that's partially why they do it, right? Just to be able to get the next generation thinking and drawing and one day take over the mantle. Already I see so many people that are like getting there, you know, like so high level, so incredibly high level. Have you seen 1D Tran? Dave 1D Tran? His work is unbelievable, man. Like he's like at an art germ level at the moment in my opinion. Like he's super good. And he just hangs out here on Twitch, man. He's so fucking good. I think 1D Tran's one of the people that blow me completely away. I mean, just on a personal level, just because his style is something that I want to achieve at some point. Kim Jong-ji got where he is from drawing like a crazy person for 10 years before coming out and sharing his art? No shit. It's like a crazy anime, right? Where he like trains in secret that one punch for like 10,000 years and he comes out and he like takes over the entire dojo. He had something like hundreds of sketchbooks. Crazy. I know. That's nuts. Dave is fantastic? Absolutely. Both the Dave stream really late. Dave Recco also streams very late. It sucks major dick because I really enjoy Dave's streams, man. Both the Daves are just sweethearts, man. They're such sweethearts, and I like the differences in their work as well. At least I can get Salzy up in here, who mods for Dave. So Salzy's my little taste of Dave Recco's stream. That's where Kate got her beginnings as well. Kate was very active member in Dave's community. Dave's who inspired her to start streaming. Which is funny because Kate's one of the people that inspired me to start streaming. I guess the torch was passed on, right? Forever living in the on the shoulder of giants here. Let's do some additional gratification here. Let's put in some hints of bros on the lower side. I don't think I need that dark of a value to say that things are here though. Just a hint. A mild hint. But I hope everybody's studies are going alright. So many people in here doing this. People are already finished as well, like Maddie, for example. No, Maddie finished a while ago because she's a mad girl. Don't mess with her. We'll be showing some of those off at the end of the stream, so everybody gets the recognition that I think you all deserve. Very curious thing about her lids. I would never expect the lids to extend that far in. And I don't think if that's like a thing that I would think of, but that's what eyelids do. I don't know exactly why it's doing that in this piece so prominently. If anybody would like to chirp in on that, I'm not entirely sure why it's happening. Or maybe it's just something I haven't paid attention to in the past, but her lower lid seems to be very prominent in this picture, and I can't place why. Is it just I'm paying attention to it now? Is it like that in every piece? I don't know. But it sure is cool. She just has big eyes, I guess. Could just be makeup? Could be, right? I kind of like it. What do you guys think of this kind of look for the eyes? I think it looks really cool. I like the doll-like feature to it. That's what Kate would call it. Kate would say it's doll-like eyes. I do that to all my girls? Hell yeah. Venus draws some pretty ladies. Obviously the women that draw like the prettiest ladies. It's not fair. Leave some for us, girls. Come on.
To all the ladies in the place.
Like Kyuko draws some really spicy girls. Kyuko is very, very spicy with her art. And she's cute as a button. You'll never expect Kyuko to be the one that draws like the biggest anime titties. That's just what she do. That raccoon zombie look? That's one way of putting it. Definitely a way of putting it, Beanie.
To all the ladies in the place.
Let's cut back a little bit over there. Use some of the existing value to lower that just a little bit and put the eyebrows in to sort of seal it in. We have a bit more of a refined value up there. That sounds good. Same thing for the other side if it's bleeding in too much. Good. Okay, let's put in some gratification for the lips. Do the nose as well after that. Can we do a quick value sample? Every time I do value sampling I talk about my dear friend Birth of Venus, because she is the one that clued me into value sampling. I think she was as it was advice to somebody else, not even me. But every time somebody gives advice and I like their painting, I'm like, okay, that's going into my mental repository of ideas. But ever since then, before I do any piece, I always value sample it, always check the spectrum. Thanks to the dearest person you see in chat. I always mention you as well, whenever I can. Gotta give credit to where credit is due. And then you're probably gonna say that you didn't coin that method, but you're the one that showed me the method. Take the credit. Take it. Yours. Takes it. I learned it from Mayuri. Mayuri's crazy artist. What have you learned about teeth? Who can we draw inspiration from with teeth? Who does teeth very well? Let me tell you who does teeth very well. It's my Twitch dad, Lord Papa Han. Does teeth very well. You know what separates him from the rest of us for teeth? He does not treat teeth as individual teeth. He treats them as like one giant like mandible, like one enormous tooth. One enormous tooth. And I think that's what I'm going to do. He draws the entire row of teeth as one solid thingy. So we are going to do it as one solid thingy. Shout out to Lord Papa Han. Officially my Twitch dad. The adoption papers came through. If you have the ability, might as well utilize it. Hell yeah. Amen to that, my friend. Okay, let's not dick around a little bit. Let's not grab our dicks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's figure out the value of the highlight, and we're gonna just jump into the highlight. We ain't gonna just do nothing over here. We ain't gonna just grab our dicks and hold tight. We're gonna go right into the highlights. Because this is what we've learned from our value studies. If we let things up for chance, if we leave them to chance, we will never reach this value, which means we have to attack the value right now. You have to grab it by the shaft, go straight into it. Just take a deep dive into it. That's the only way we achieve this value. Speaking personally, of course. Wow. Jesus Christ, Mia didn't hold back when it came to that emo, did she? She really didn't hold back. Does this song sound like You Got a Friend in Me? Anybody else? You got a friend in me.
Oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Speaking of friends, fuck, I can't believe I did that. Gamer Maya 20. So happy for you to join us at this moment. We are in the middle of doing a study. A lot of people up in this chat are joining with me, and I'm so privileged and honored to be drawing with all you beautiful people. But if you would like to join us, all skill levels welcome. We do studies every single time we stream. Join that Discord, my friend. Tell me how you're doing in chat. Let me know what's up. Tell me something new. Tell me something blue. Tell me something about you. I have this dark valley. Whenever I'm drawing lips, especially traditionally, I think about this super dark valley right underneath the lip. And I kind of exaggerated. So like most women that I draw with ballpoint, sorta kind of look like they have like shaggy goatee. But this is my problem. Let's not make it your problem. I think her lips are a bit fatter than I have them right now. Just a little bit teensy bit thicker. Let's thicken those lips.
Hey, what's the matter, honey?
Does anybody else have a problem with lo-fi music just randomly sampling some dialogue from some random show? Does anybody else have a problem with that? Because let me tell you, I sure don't. But no problem here with the random fucking sampling. Where's it coming from? Whose idea was this? We'll never know. This playlist is brought to you by the illustrious, wonderful, masked minstrel herself, NTG. I stole her playlist when she wasn't looking because she linked it in the chat for everybody to use. So if you guys do not know Steph, if you like the music and if you like good art. If you're wondering what good art is, it's like the opposite of the art you find on this stream. Please go follow twitch.tv/namethatgirl. Phenomenal artist. One of my true to God inspirations on this platform. Cannot say enough good things about Steph. Sweetest person I know on Twitch. I would say Venus is also equally, if not more sweet, but the thing is Venus is like super feisty sometimes. Like, you guys haven't seen Venus's feisty side. But let me tell you, when I start singing Despacito, best believe that she's gonna come after you for disrespecting her culture. I barely got out alive. What is the value here? Oh, to Dave Greco, by the way, for this wonderful brush. I'm sorry that I couldn't import it any better, Dave. I am using Krita. Cannot use the direct Photoshop settings for this brush. I'm sorry that I'm sullying your good name, but thank you for the brush tip. I do appreciate it. It is a wonderful gift that I will not squander. There seems to be some degree of underlighting that my lizard eyes cannot perceive, so I'm just gonna think they are there, and hopefully you guys don't catch on that my vision never evolved to see outside the dark caves of my hometown, my homeland. Alright, so we gotta deal with these teats. So everybody's favorite part of drawing women, draw the teats and make them look like they're fucking bucktooth and you hate everything about life, especially if you do it traditionally. You mess up the teeth and you're like, alright, well I guess I just need to use a new piece of paper and start again because I just messed up my entire piece, so why didn't I just draw it smiling with a closed lip? But you know what? This is how we learn. This is how we learn. This is how we make a modicum of progress. Where men get transformed into boys? Is that what I wanted to say? The other way around. Stop and think for a second there. Dude, I'm gonna love doing the hair on this piece. You have no idea. I'm gonna have such a good time with the hair. But y'all don't even know. Because I love doing hair. Big fan. Now, you might ask yourself, does that mean he's very good at doing hair? No. That's not what it means. I'm terrible. Terrible at hair, but I enjoy it. And that's what matters. That's the icing on the cake right there. Highlights on the hair are great. Hell yeah, dude, I love these. This entire style of putting the spotlight kind of thing on the ridge of the hair, I can't tell you how much I'm digging that kind of idea. I really like it. And I might be putting that into like a lot more of my pieces from imagination. Because I very seldom like alter my light scheme when it comes to my regular pieces. But I'm really tempted to start using this lighting scheme again. Because this is the second study I've done in this style. And I think I really like it. I really like it. Very cool. Big fan. So if you guys watch Cynics, his number one critique is always, he's a stickler for hairlines. He says that having this really stark Lego hair kind of looking hairline, he hates it. He really thinks it takes him out of the image. And while Cynics can be a little bit pet peevey sometimes, I do tend to agree with that analysis a little bit. I think hairlines definitely, at least for me, it's a mistake I make very often. Let us borrow a page out of our boy Cynics and make sure our hairlines are a little bit messy at this stage. We will make them even messier. Good enough. Your time will come. We'll be alright. Okay. Hey Vini, do you know Jiu-Jitsu by any chance? That seemed like a very weird question. Very simple question, no? Do you know Jiu-Jitsu? Get some of this. Never did Jiu-Jitsu? Aww. Do you like watching fighting, maybe? Because I'm always itching to talk about the... you did Taekwondo and kickboxing? Hell yeah, there you go. I knew you were gonna do something. Sorry to be a bad Brazilian, don't worry about it. I'm glad you got some of the some of your Latin rage outside. Is that racist to say? I think that's racist. I take that back. I do like the highlights for this piece. I'm sorry, Beanie. Beanie, I'm sorry. I promise you, if I ever see you, I will make it up by making the dankest curry that you've ever eaten. It's gonna be so dank. What did we say about the highlights? So the highlights are gonna be off the chain for the fucking hair, right? It's gonna be crazy, crazy highlights. Not a million times. I attempted Simon Rhee Taekwondo for many years. No shit. Martial arts is a really, really cool way. Getting discipline and humility, learning like fundamental ethics and stuff. Gaining a good work ethic. Done a work in Hollywood? Yeah, I think I know the name, Simon Rhee. It does ring a bell. Now we know who not to rob? Hell yeah. Not rob Vini and the water bottle over there. A fucking spinning sidekicking into the next dimension. Be seeing stars that don't even exist. I mean, who am I kidding? How cool does that fucking look? This idea of having the light, like, the piece be lit like this? I mean, that's fucking cool. I mean, I'm butchering it, but it looks so cool. So fucking cool. I really enjoy this. So much fun. Get some of these teensy tiny values over there. Oh, we are forgetting something. So we need to add one layer of lighting to the face to match the lighting of the reference. That's one thing we have to do. Secondly, we need to add some sort of darker value here on the nose. We seem to be lacking some of that value from the reference. Let's just gently lather that in. Not going to be too strong with it. Just introduce it very, very faintly. I'm thinking, what would this color be if I was working in color? What would it be? Maybe a gentle sort of pink, maybe? But this area isn't really pink. The bridge of the nose, like this area over here, that's not really pink, is it? It's more like a... Well, I guess it is. It's like a desaturated red. So I've been studying a little bit more about the like the general idea of color on the face, and I've been trying to translate that into my color pieces. So this is something that I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with, but the idea of regions of the face being different colors, and it's forever been a bit of a mystery to me exactly how to interpret that statement. But I'm getting a little bit better at it. The more I think about it, I think the better I get at implementing it. But even still, it's very hard for me to put into words exactly what the process is. It seems like it's very intuitive, depending on the piece and the color of the light source. When I come up on something that is worth saying about that, I'll make sure to let you guys know. But I was first clued in on that by a very, very good painter in a community called Wednesday. So I said, Wednesday, how do you pick colors? Why do your colors look so human? Even though I color picked your piece and everything that I did looked like shit. And he said, listen, young tyke. First of all, it's Mr. Wednesday. And second of all, look at this image. It describes regions of the face. Please read. Stop asking me questions, you annoy me. I was like, okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Wednesday. And so I looked at the document they sent me, and it described the planes of the face. Not planes, but the regions of a color in the face. And I thought it was pretty interesting. Yellow, red, and blue is what I always aim for. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Apparently. But it's like an additional layer of complexity. It's with Mr. Wednesday to me. I mean, I'm just repeating what happened. I swear it's what happened. It's not what happened, by the way. Wednesday is a fucking sweetheart. Getting some values down. Doing alright. Doing alright. This is a terrible idea, putting that value down. Does that look bad to anybody? Does that need to be blended? I think it does. Value check. You're okay? Oh, you're not okay, are you? You're not okay at all. What's wrong with you? Okay, sir? You require assistance? What could be the issue here? Okay, we need that value there. 100% we do need the value there. However, the application could be a little bit better. A little bit more... Yeah, little bit better over here. Just a little bit. How much time left? Let's say about 30 minutes. A one stream piece, so we are super casual up in here. No pressure. I have no idea if what I'm doing is actually improving it. Very, very difficult to ascertain. I know this value is important, it needs to be here. I have no idea if it's helping me achieve my goals. Okay, it's on a different layer, let's not think about it right now. Yeah, something that's worrying you, just don't think about it. Go away. Oh boy. I'm missing the hand out on mine for tonight so I can focus on the face and the time I have left. I'll add it in later if I have time. No problem, Weidel. You do you, man. You are the master of your own destiny in this chat. Something that Cynics talks about a lot is trying to bring in some of the skin tone into the hair to make it more believable. So even though this like blotch of like gray color isn't really featuring within the reference, I feel like it gives it a bit more of a realistic, not realistic, but believable feeling. This might just be me though, I might be making this shit up. But I feel like integrating bits of the skin tone into the hair, especially like eyebrows and hairline, I feel like that goes a long way into trying to like almost prove to the viewer that the eyebrow is in fact on the eye. Because the last thing that you want in a piece is for your different elements to look like they're segmented or islanded away from each other. They need to look like they're one cohesive unit, right? That's the idea. Get some of this new and improved lighting technology on the chinny chin chin here. That's lit up to our expectation. Things are going okay. I need to make sure to revise the occlusion around the chin. I feel like the chin form right now seems a little weak. We might want to revise the occlusion here. So we pick our dark value here. And we go here again. I think it's because when I was blending the values up here, we may have lost some information. Let's regain that information really quickly. There we go. Easy enough. Let's get these teeth in. But first we need to get this bright value over here on the lips. Lovely, lovely highlight. We might go a little bit over time, by the way. It's not the biggest deal to me. Don't rush too much. We need additional time to finish up. So we're not working with a very strict thing right now. I keep my strict times for just a weekend and some pieces that we do on stream. It's not the biggest deal to me. We're going to be doing studies every day anyway, so we may as well make them somewhat enjoyable for the most part. I'm going to reflect some light off of the skin just to make it look a little bit more believable, I guess, in that area. Then I'm going to go down here, do a quick value check on what this tooth value is. Seems to be very low. Okay, we start somewhere around there. I can't see shit, so we go a little bit brighter. Okay, now you can kind of see something. Okay, we're starting to see a glimmer, a glint, a slight hint in the darkness at something to the eye could maybe pick up on just a little bit. So we just make sure that that's in proportion with the rest of the mouth before we segment it. Segmenting should be one of the last things we do when it comes to drawing teeth, I think. Just my current process with it, at least. We draw out that area, make sure we have that nice little black at the top. After which we try to bring in some slightly lighter values, so we go slightly lighter. I'm not exactly sure what that value is because I haven't tested it yet. But we can make an assumption that it's around here maybe. And go brighter as required. That seems about right. I think we can afford to go just a little teeny bit more. But the idea is I'm going to stay at least this far away on my piece. Just because I want it to read well. So this is going to be very slight, I think, application of this particular value. I think this is about as bright as we can possibly get with the teeth, or with it being concealed from almost both sides. So very little light's actually going to get in there. We're working in the very top of the triangle here. Okay, so I got some basic idea down there. Seems to be alright, consistent with the image mostly. So now what we do is we take the extreme value of dark and we shore up the gaps. So we don't have any muddled up values here. And then finally we do the separation of the teeth. We make sure that it's not just a straight line, but it's also flaring out a little bit. There's a bit too much of a gap, I think. Be a little bit closer. All right. Let's soften that just a little bit, especially towards the top, I think. I mean, no matter how I look at it, it looks like kind of shitty, but what am I gonna do? Maybe I just leave it as one solid shape. Maybe it's the highlights that are fucking me, you know? Could very well be that. Take out the highlights. Maybe I'll just leave it to obscurity. Like, you like how the way I did the eyes? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. How's it going, Titus? Good to see you, my friend. Always so lovely to make your acquaintance. You guys do not know Titus Fox. I believe I met him through Sousa's stream, through one of the raids. Titus does a bunch of figurine paintings. Check out more on his Instagram, and if you'd like to see that done live, he also streams on Twitch. Make sure you follow him if you're interested about that kind of thing, or just if you wanna interact with an A++ human being. How about that? That's a good enough reason. Give that man a follow. What is value? I ask. That is the value I get. That's right, Sus unites people. Sus is religion. Sus hype is one of the premier religious symbols of our age. Cannot lie. We are up in the study right now. If anybody would like to join us that's lurking in the chat, we got some time left. You're always welcome to join at any point. All skill levels welcome. Hit ! Discord, join the Discord, find the studies in our study channel. Go ahead, post your rendition of it. You want critique? Critique is readily available on the Discord upon request. Otherwise, everybody is just going to talk about how things that you did right. Nobody is going to discourage you. Get drawing, get studying, get on that getting better train. That's what we're all in here for. Want to get better, all skill levels. Always something you can work on. Always something you can improve. It's just the nature of the game that we play. Hell yeah, Vital. Alright, we gotta introduce some of this lovely lighter value up on the nose. I think it is sorely missing, this light value. Nose, bridge, a little bit here. Get some of that variation. Variation spreading across this nation. Do not confuse it for an illogical conflation. Make sure you eat your fiber lest you get constipation. My wraps burn you so hard it causes abrasions. Get some highlights up in here because we have no idea what we're doing, but we can pretend like we do. Oh man, there's an occlusion right here. How did you miss that? How dare you? There you, sir. How's it going, Titus? I don't think you told me how everything's going. Hope you're doing alright. You don't have to tell me. You're not under arrest. You're not detained, my friend. By anything but kindness and affection. Does that value look wrong to anybody? Looks wrong to me. There is a distinctly darker value somewhere over here that I have been unable to find. But you're on risk now. Oh shit, stop Pope. Stop Popo. Fucking run. Let's not exaggerate shit too much now. Let's stay within our boundaries. We're taking too many creative liberties here with this here schnauz. Let's dial it back just a wee bit. Just a teeny weeny bit. Get some of this integration technology with the nose, make it flow back into the rest of the image. And we'll tie it all together with this highlight. Maybe it'll make some sense. Maybe it won't. Maybe we will feel incensed. Maybe perhaps we will be thinking in past tense because we can't get out of this this flurry of nonsense. It's not that I can't pay 2 pence for a bit of sense. My dad just bought a Mercedes Benz and I can't understand. Do I feel a jam coming? Hell no. I don't feel nothing. That's the calamari acting up in your stomach. You don't feel nothing. You don't feel nothing. Hey, how about we do ear studies? How about we do ear studies the next this Saturday? Because man, do I suck. Big, hairy, removed word at ears. I'm very bad. Let's do ear studies. Redacted right there in the middle of that sentence. With a splish and a splash, it's gone. But man, I've had fun painting this picture. This has been so much fun. I feel like the chin is too high and the angle is too steep. Do you mean too high or too low? But I gave it the angle. I think you're 100% on the money with that. What shall we do to counteract that? Shall we do this to use our good friend the occlusion shadows and bring it like this? We bring it in just a little bit. We do a trapelopody like this, and then suddenly we have this to play with. We bring this back over here like so, and we have this whole idea here that we can play with. How do we play with this idea here? Maybe we can use a slight amount of occlusion up here. The height of the chin region. Squash with hydraulic. Welcome to Hydraulic Press channel. Today we are dealing with a beautiful lady. It's very dangerous, and let's see what happens. What the fuck? There you go. I'm gonna eat. I'll be back in a little bit. No problem. Yes, keep the voice. The guy's from Finland. I do agree that this girl, I've given her too much of a chin. She's got that big ass chin right now. We must fix this glaring issue. Welcome my friends, this is FPS Russia, and today we're gonna make a little bit video about trying to test out new Armalite AR-15 to reduce the density of the female's chin. Let's see what happens. Alright, let's collapse these fucking layers. You guys remember FPS Russia? That was a while ago. Old reference. Merge with layer below. And suddenly, oh Jesus Christ, I do not want to merge this with my background. Am I crazy? Nobody wants this to be merged with the background. How mad do you think I am? Listen man, you one layer folks, you guys with one layer, you must have ice in your veins, alright? You must like drink just straight out of a fucking sewer because you don't give a shit. Because you one layer people are, you need fucking therapy, man. You need help. I hope you get the help that you need. Alright boys, alright boys. All rise for the mystical liquefaction process. We're gonna get through this together. So first of all, let us pay homage to what was once our beautiful image. Everybody say grace. Everybody say goodbye to this woman whose name is now Grace. And now we will try and perform extreme surgical action upon her chin to try and repair the damage that I have done to her. I'm so sorry, my beautiful girl, but we're gonna have to invasively operate here. Well, I used to watch this YouTube channel where he finds MREs to eat from militaries in different countries. Dude, Steve MRE 19 something something. I still watch his videos. I think his channel's awesome. My favorite part about that is he ate a World War II ration, and his favorite part of that was like to smoke the cigarettes. And like he just had such a great time with the cigarettes. I was like, you know what? You earned it, man. You earned it. Thanks for bringing me the content. Oh my fucking god, okay. Did I fix? Did I fix? Did I fix? I'm so confused. After, before. Wait, before, after. Question mark? Exclamation mark? Welcome to Hydraulic Press channel. Today we will be fixing this woman. Is it? What do you think, Velocity? Somewhat okay? This needs to be adjusted slightly, ever so. Ada, Aiden, Ada, 80. What's it going? How's it going? How's it going, my friend? Good to see you again. Up in here. Catch me at the end of a study here. Not the end, because I still gotta do the beautiful, lustrous hair. However, speaking of beautiful, illustrious, and wonderful, good to see you again. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing alright. Hope the family, the significant other, hope all of those are handled. They're doing well. And hope you yourself are in high health and high spirits. Shit. Come back. Come back. Come back. Ah man. We gotta do it again. We gotta go in again, boys. Bring out the scalpel. We gotta push this up a little bit. Yeah. What's it? Definitely better, but there as it is not fully shaded, difficult to tell. Okay, gotcha. I think I'm comfortable to leave it just about here. I think it does look improved. Thank you very much for pointing it out. I appreciate you, girl. Just a little bit of swish and swash, and then suddenly we're back to it looking just a wee bit, just a velocity bit better looking. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy. That's why I don't talk in morning streams. Come on, you're dropping some knowledge bombs on me. Appreciate it. It's been a very fun study for me to do. All my streams lately with this, like, with the community and with the new tablet have been just a fucking blast. I've been having such a good time. You guys are crazy. It's incredible. Stupendous, I tell you. Stupendous. A lot of you. You're some beautiful people. Big Fi, you earned it. Now the age-old question needs to be answered. How in the fuck do we navigate foreheads? The answer is, I am not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. Fuck you, forehead. Stay the way you are. See if I care. Don't come crawling back to me when you say, oh, I'm unrendered compared to the rest of the image. Don't come crawling back to me. You had your chance. You had your chance to behave, and your chance is gone. I'm no longer on speaking terms with you. Fuck off. I'm not even gonna put you in the canvas. I'm gonna crop the picture like this. Something is bothering me. My spider sense is thinking, what could it be? Is it perhaps this strange edge on this side of the image? Oh well, I think it very well could be. We have a code 79 right here. Improper edge used on a proper shape. Let's refine that a little bit. You know what you might be? You are very likely the last survivor of my line layer. The last of his kind. Sitting here just waiting for my arrival. Daring to challenge me. There you line. Now you will die like the rest of your kin. Alright. Thankfully no wrinkles on the forehead. I wish there were wrinkles on the forehead, man. At least that breaks apart the shape and I could put in some dynamic lighting. Speaking of beautiful time, I may go to Dreamland now, have a good time, looking forward to seeing the finished piece in Discord. Hell yeah, Velocity, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for being so supportive. And I appreciate you, girl. Your Inktober pieces have been fucking stellar. I hope it's going alright. Hope you go back and redouble your efforts on that. Destroy it. How dare it ever stand in your way. You're gonna be completely fine. But as always, so wonderful to see you up in the chat. And I'll see you when I see you. So yeah, I think we've done some severe justice with this piece. Some justice was doled out. I was a little bit apprehensive going into this, but it's been a very, very fun time. It's been a very fun time with this piece. Had a really good, enjoyable time detailing it, painting it out. Might want to spend some additional time on the hands and stuff, get that looking spick and span. But for the most part, I'm not too unhappy with this. I think I did a pretty okay job. Sure, there are a bunch of intricacies that I have not really achieved. Like the likeness, I think is really kind of off. And in a lot of places, I think I gotta spend a lot more time with my placement. But as far as the rendering goes, I'm not mad. Like, I'm not really that mad about this. It looks okay. It looks believable. Remember to save your pieces, beautiful people. Save a life, save a piece. Save your piece, please. I want you to have something proud to be able to show the world after you're done. Cannot leave it to the internet gods to just eat up and then disappear into the ether, never to see the piece again. Good job you told me I haven't saved it. Hell yeah. But I'm here. Dude, Vital, if you want to pay me some money, I'll just be your certified save this guru. You'll go on to rule the fucking world. Alright, get some of these delicious highlights on the knuckles. Apparently she looks like she's the female titan from Shingeki no Kyojin, because of the way I've rendered this so far. But it's going to get better, I promise you. Actually, I don't make any promises because I have no idea what I'm doing. But it might get better. I might offer you. Potentially, maybe, probably. is in the cards. It is one of the many things that can happen. But will it happen? Find out on the next episode. Who will be streaming tonight? Which one of you beautiful people are streaming? Vini, will you be streaming there tonight? There's not an occlusion here, but I want to put one here. I feel like it needs to go here. A voice is calling to me from the other side, telling me that there needs to be an occlusion right here. Feel it in my bones. I'm not streaming today? Fuck! Okay, who am I gonna raid after stream? Very big question. Do not know. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Got some time to come to that conclusion. Oh, I do not like that lighter value there. That doesn't make any sense to me. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Pam doesn't stream on Mondays. Kate usually streams on Mondays, but Kate's away. It's not here, man. Feels bad. Feels really fucking bad. Monday night is movie night? Oh yeah, with Jimmy Jim and Tomato K, right? Mine looks like cheese compared to this. What do you mean, Maddie? You're crazy good at this. Are you joking? Look at how trash this fucking thing looks compared to what you're gonna do. The league's better than this, girl. Come on. Premier streamer right there. Confidence. Confidence is key. Plus, you know, the small fact that I spent a lot more time on it than you did. You pumped it out in like 20 seconds. You were like, done. Next. Oh, you're not doing more? Okay. That was you. You're killing the game, my friend. Don't worry about it. That's like saying the guy that like loses like the argument, and then he goes into the shower. He takes like 5 days, and then he goes like, "Oh, I should have said this. That would have totally fucked him up." But it doesn't really matter because, you know, the time's passed. That's you and me right now. I'm the guy in the shower. I'm like, yeah, if I spend 5 hours on this piece and she only spent 20 seconds, then I'm gonna beat her. But that's not how it works, right? Speaking of people spending hours on pieces, if anybody's ever scared me with the dedication, it's Venus. Because I've seen Venus go like, yeah, I really want to finish the piece tonight, and then she'll just stream for like 17 hours and get the piece done. And I'm like, Venus, you're gonna fucking die. You're gonna die if you keep doing this, stop it. And she's just a monster, she just keeps doing it. They want inspiration to keep going on pieces. All about the Venus, for that endless inspiration. I mean, I don't think she's... I don't think everybody should do it. But, if you want to do it, then there you go, that's your messiah right there. And definitely I do think of Venus. Like, for example, for Pam's piece, I had to get it done very, very soon, because I wasn't really super planning on doing it, because I was in the middle of like exams or something, but then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the piece. And I had no time to do it, so I stayed up like the entire night until like 12. So I was drawing from about midnight is when I decided to do it, and I finished it about 8 in the morning, and the progress was really slow. And I was like, what would Venus do? She'd bitch out hell. Why am I focusing on this small little bumpy bump? Are you kidding me right now, brain? We lost it? Who cares about that? Nobody cares about that bump. It makes no difference. Don't do that bump right now. Who do you think you are? Skin folds at this stage? Come on. Get over yourself. Never delete your work, just put it in a folder and forget about it, and it's good to go back when you improve and see how much. Absolutely, I agree with you. Like, I keep all of Guitarra's old work, and it was really fun, and one of the most rewarding things I've ever managed to do on stream is I pulled up, because I save everything that he sends me, I showed him an image that he sent me 2 months ago, and I compared it to an image that he sent me that stream, and like he himself, like he could see just how much he improved. He was like, I had no idea I improved that much. And I was just so, like, arguably one of the happiest like stream moments I've ever had. It's like letting someone know that like they're doing it, like they're getting where they need to be. Very happy for the dude. That's what it's all about, right? It's all about the little victories. Because none of us are going to transform into the painters we want to be overnight. Sometimes we can get so critical about ourselves that we lose sight on the little things, the things that we sometimes may miss. These are really important. The fact that it's all going somewhere, right? I used to always stop my painting halfway and I forget to go back and start others, so I always try to finish them in one sitting. Absolutely, I fully agree with you on this. And it was so difficult to convey to Kate this when I first met Kate, because that's what I did for all my pieces. And Kate's somebody that is super dedicated to her pieces, so she'll go back like months after she left the piece and then finish the piece. And I was like, holy shit, like, I don't even know where I put the piece a month later. But I guess that's it all comes down to you knowing yourself, right? Go. Getting some of these ink tags sorted out. Technical term, trademark, pending. Oh, we have a lovely occlusion that I missed over there. Let's put in that. So excited to add occlusions, because occlusions are easy. Occlusions are like that one chick that you knew when you're growing up that you never really wanted to get into a relationship with, but they're always your like best friend, and they always gave it to you straight, you know? They never like were wishy-washy with things, they never like not earnest with things. They just gave it to you how you needed to hear it. And then you realize that with all your searching, that was the one that you really wanted, you know? Because that was your basis for a good person. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm just raving about fucking absolutely nothing. But you know what? It sounds cool with music behind it, so fuck you. I love doing studies. Especially rendering, man. Like, when you render, you don't even think about what you're doing half the time. You're like, just thinking about stars and shit. Like, oh, well, what's the purpose of the human race? And just going in and rendering like a toe or something. So that's like one of the reasons I hate and love rendering. Is in rendering you don't really have to think too much, but at the same time I maybe don't like not thinking too much about things. Maybe I'm just like a brain dead person while rendering, and everybody else actually does think about stuff, which is why they're better than me. Maybe that's also a consideration to be made. But this is going okay. We can eliminate some of our rougher brush edges here, because this lovely brush is very square and hard on the edge. So we can actually take some of our occlusions here and just straighten that out, make sure we don't have that muddy value, and make it nice and sharp, which is very nice. I am very appreciative of that. You might want to bring in some sort of texture brush and just go over the hands kind of quickly. Give it some texture to finish it, maybe. That might be a good idea. Definitely something I should not ignore.
Can I stay a bit longer?
Stay forever.
Definitely think I could have handled the values in the back of the hand. I think I overcomplicated this in the way that I think I'm actually going to redraw this entire portion of the image, because I made a mistake here. I should have treated this like I treat darks usually, wherein I have this entire area be dark and I start etching out some of these lines, because I don't think they flow as well as I could have managed them, because I've done this hand before with that approach and I don't know why I have not done that this time. But that's definitely the way to go with this image, because I like the effect I achieved last time. So yeah, we might be redrawing this portion. But for now, let's just move on to some more exciting things. Let's do the hair, and then we'll call it a stream. That sounds like a good idea to me. I think we got a fair amount done. I mean, enough to call it a study, definitely. But I kind of want to finish the piece and then put it on Instagram. I think I kind of dig it. I think it looks cool. Look at how stark the occlusion shadows are on the top of the eyelids. That's never something I would think about. It's so dark. I love the effect. I'm actually a big fan of that. That looks really cool. Not bad at all. Alrighty, let's tackle some hair and call it stream. Hair is going to be quick. I won't need more than, I don't know, let's say 10-15 minutes on it. So a quick value check here. Definitely want the area around the hair to be a little bit more darker. We blend in some of these values that we know are going to be featuring here. And blend them in. A wee bit. Super lazy blend over there. You can keep it kind of painterly, it's not a big deal. Value over there, what's the value over here? Okay, we need it to be a little bit more darker. Thankfully we can just blend it this way and then cut it open with the the occlusion shadow, so. Pretty simply done. We blend it that way, and then we bring in the occlusion. It looks pretty neat. Alrighty. Going pretty well so far. Let's think about the hair. So number one thing when we do the hair is we first think about, as always, occlusion. So let's do this on a separate layer. So where is the occlusion of the hair? So we pick the darkest value possible, because it seems to be about what the occluded value on the hair is. And I'm pretty sure there's a rule in painting which says something of the lines that the stronger the light, the stronger the shadow. Which means if you have almost a pure white light on the hair, it would stand to reason that the shadow is also around that region, around that area, right? I could maybe justify it that way. We have all these lovely, lovely values. Let's get the fundamentals out of the way. I would also like to put some of her dress in, maybe, because I really like the fact that she's wearing like a super black, blackish top. That looks cool. Okay, I'm gonna add in this block of hair, but before I add in that block of hair, I want to introduce this value behind it, because I think that frames the block really well. Let's put that in. Thing to put in, probably. And we make it into an interesting shape by making it jagged over here. Let's not have it just come down randomly. Let's make it interesting by making it jagged like that. That'll be a good idea. Okay, moving further, I think we're in a good position to add this shape over here. We pick a mildly lighter value, it doesn't have to be too light. But we want to kind of shape out this region of hair that's going to come down around the hand. I want to be a little bit more precise with the placement. Something like this, going down here. And then going back here. Hair is cool, man. I like the way hair looks. And then going down here. I don't want to be too, I don't care to be too accurate. If I am accurate, just a bonus, I guess. But I'm fine with being like really loose at this stage. You don't want to be too definitive with your hair placement. Okay, so you can definitely up the contrast here on the hair. Definitely needs to be upped over there. Any place else that we need to up the contrast? Somewhere in the middle over here, probably a good idea. We should think about starting to blend this area back a little bit into the hair. We're gonna have this extreme bright value, which is not yet achieved on the piece just yet anywhere. We'll blend back towards the hair, so it kind of builds up at one point. At one point, we're gonna add in that really bright value. We can think about adding some brights right now over here, because that's a pretty bright value already. So we can just think that it's gonna go there right now. Okay, we got some bases down. So what is the approach to hair? The approach is we take a value-based look at the hair. We do not put any stranding initially. We need to get the values down on every major portion of the hair. Also, thinking about segmenting using the occlusions is a good idea. So if you segment the hair, it's going to make a lot more sense when we detail it. So let's put in the white of the hair first, and then we'll think about segmenting it. And once we segment, we can start rendering, and then at last, at the very end, we can think about putting in the strands. So that's how we're going to divide the process for the hair. Or usually divide the process for the hair. So it should be pretty straightforward, I think. So we have this region over here, which is pretty heavily occluded. I wouldn't say that much though. That much kind of brings it a little bit out of the realm of possibility for the image right there. So maybe that much seems to be enough to get the idea across, even though it does seem extremely dark. About this value, in fact, same value as below the chin. But again, it's not that far away, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. We're fine over there. having this value contradict with the skin tone over here is a very cool idea that we might explore in the future. Maybe not right now. Maybe right now just leaving it black is a good idea. Possibly. Okay, that's fine. Now we move on to the extreme light value that I remember sampling as completely white, and it is completely white. So let's maintain this idea that we have of a full contrast, and we will outline the piece with this extreme white. It's very seldom on pieces. I wonder what this value was on a regular piece. Like if this piece was taken in color, which it probably was, I wonder what the value would be. Not the value, but the color. Would it be... It wouldn't be saturated, I don't think. Maybe it will be saturated, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know enough about photography. Where's Punto when you need him? Something of this magnitude would be fine. Okay, it looks a little bit off right now, but we're going to change that right quickly. Okay, so what did we say? We said that we're going to put in this really bright value and then we're going to segment. So what are our segments of hair? Well, already I see one right here, which looks like go from here to a darkish value. So I might want to consider doing this on a different layer. Fine, we will. You have one segment right here that goes down right here. Fine, so segment right here. That's one that we have right there. We have another one that goes down here. Another segment, it seems to be a singular strand. We have another one that comes out of the occlusion between these two segments. So if I was to extend the segment just a little bit like this, I could actually carve out the middle section right here, which will be completely occluded, which I can use as a stylized version of the hair. So then the segments are almost clearly defined. So there we go. So that's one segment and that's two segments. Easy enough. Simple division right there. If you don't know exactly what segments I'm talking about, there's one here. I can outline it in red for you. There's one right there. So I do my breakdown. One right there. And then there's another one right here. And then there's going to be another one coming down here. So that's three segments on this side. So that's how I segment my hair. I think looking for these segments is what makes hair a little bit easier, maybe, for a lot of people. Search for those patterns or segments. Simplify the shapes using them. I'm actually going to use some of this white over here to figure out this segment. This segment's actually two segments, but we won't divide it right now. I don't think we need to. Okay, so we can use the occlusion, bring it down like this. Okay, that's fine. We outlined this segment right now, again using the occlusion. One right there. We have this lovely negative space right here, just right for stranding later on. Again, we don't have to worry about it because it is not part of our segmenting. Fine. This segment actually has a bit more volume down here, which we need to add. Let's go ahead and add that. Okay, so then we can probably go darker here, because we're going to be stranding against that later on. Okay. Establish the value of these places right here.
Receives all things conjoined. The past, the future, and the present.
Right here,
Everything
fine.
flows
beginning to take shape on this side. Just set some bases up for some highlights later on right here, with some long curving shapes. Something like that's just about fine. We don't have to be too specific. As long as it has that organic sort of feel, that's what we want to be able to achieve. Things are fine over here. Already it looks like this part has a lot more structure to it, and that's exactly what we want it to look like it does have. Again, an important thing when doing hair is to try and follow the hierarchy of the strands. So I'm not just going to keep applying value, but I'm going to try and think about exactly where that value is going to go on the head. In terms of like, it needs to follow almost like the ligature of the hair, I think is a good idea. Just finish up Thanksgiving dinner. Nice. I hope you had a good one. Handling the hair right now. Again, this idea of segmenting is a pretty good thing. So this side, we don't have too much off the segmenting. We're fine. I would like to have a slightly less dark value over here. It doesn't seem like it's too dark on the ref. Again, it's very hard to color pick this thing, so I played mostly by eye. Might very well lead to my downfall. But it's fine. Seems to have worked in the past, so we're fine. So not too many segments, like I said back there. You could have an argument for a segment right here, so you could do it this way, where it'd be like one right there, right there, and then right there. But I think that seems a little too unnecessary at the moment. I think, well, maybe right there is a good idea. We can just segment that out, sure. Maybe just that one. That one's fine. Like so. Probably a good idea to do it this way. What did you have for Thanksgiving dinner, my friend? Turkey, cranberry sauce, I'm assuming. The works, usual. Good thing to note here is that this value is actually fading, this white value, so we can actually bring over slightly less bright value over here. Doesn't have to be super bright, and we can actually fade it like that. Might be a good idea. Might give a good amount of depth to our piece, which it kind of does. Just a wee bit. Okay, make sure the occlusion seems to look right. I don't think we need to segment anything over here near the ear. Speaking of which, I still need to do my ear, don't I? Okay, but we can definitely do some occlusion down here and behind just. The entire point is to try and delineate the shape before we add the highlight. I'm finally done. I'll drop it in the channel now. Awesome. Yeah, we're getting really close with that time. Before I add in the highlights for the hair, which will be my final step, I'm just going to quickly render this ear out just a little bit. It's not the focus of the image, so I'm not too fussed about it, but I'm super excited to see what you've done, Vital. No, you killed it, my friend. Some of these values down here, but I know I'm going to go here. This occlusion seems to define a lot of things in the ear. Put that occlusion in right there. And the top half of this ear, a bit rounded, catches a bit of light. Can be put like this. We first put a basis for it, put occlusion right behind it so it looks three-dimensional, and then we put in a highlight so it looks rounded. There we go. Good way of looking at it. Again, try and mold out the areas right here. I believe this region over here is slightly darker, so we put in the darker value right there, and a darker value right here. And the edges need to be lit ever so slightly to indicate that they are raised surfaces. But also, we can afford to not be super specific, because again, this needs to be blurred a bit in the vision. I'm not going to render it out too much. Let's just say I'm not going to be doing much moving around for the next couple of hours. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good meal. Oh boy, those ear studies can't come soon enough, can they? Let me finish this piece up real quick? Sure, go ahead, man. Be my guest. I know you've been sandbagging me all this time. Would you go ahead and do that? It's in the Discord now? Awesome, we're gonna go over it right after I add in these highlights to the hair. It's gonna happen just about now. A very, very good stream, my friends. A lot of fun. Adding in these shapes really quickly. Getting this ear to some degree of rendering. Doesn't look very good, I must say, but ear studies incoming very soon. So I have to admit that I'm not spending too much time on them either. This is definitely a factor. Sylvie. Okay, so the final step right now is to add dem highlights to the hair. Go ahead and do that. Am I missing any highlights here on the ear? Maybe just a little bit could be considered right here. Okay, now we all have content for Insta. I'll tag you when I post later. Dude, that'd be awesome if you did. I really appreciate you if you did that. You definitely don't have to. But I'm glad I got to draw along with you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. I've always looked at so much of you guys' work and been just completely gobsmacked by it. It's definitely a privilege to be able to draw along with you guys. That I do not take lightly. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, final layer. Add some highlights to the hair. Let's add some more exciting music for this highlight portion, because it is after all the highlights. What can we play? It's been a fantastic study. Well, it's felt fantastic. The part-time comic artist for Venom and Spawn like my work on Insta. Holy shit! That's awesome, my friend. And he definitely should, because your work is fucking killer. That's crazy, man. Getting recognition from some of the people you look up to. It's very, very good. Who are we gonna go for? Who are we gonna go for? Oh, let's do this one. Some happy feel-good music for the end of the stream, shall we? I feel like we've gone on a journey together.
Here comes the sun, here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright.
Actually,
The smiles returning to the faces. Darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright.
let's do it this way for now. We'll go back and finish it. Regular process. Just so I can finish this on stream in time. It is very, very late for me. I want to get something kind of finished. I can go over you guys' work. The little sun.
One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need.
Okay, let me do some quick stranding at the edges. That's what everybody can see.
Let me take the night, I love real easy. And I know that you still wanna see me. On the Sunday morning music real loud.
Really quick.
Let me love you while the moon is still out. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep. 'Cause I'm lost in
Here and there, get some highlights in.
the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I look like all you need.
About that poly over here. Think about subtly changing some of our values. place.
I just wanna
There.
feel your skin on mine.
We're fine.
Feel your eyes do the exploring. Passion in the message when you smile. Take my time. Something in you lit up heaven in me.
Get these lovely ones right here.
The feeling won't let me sleep. 'Cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes. Falling
with pieces like this. I think super good job. Look at how good that is. Maddie also streams, so you make sure you give her that spicy follow. Make sure she knows that I sent you. And she hangs out in the Discord pretty often. Let me just get rid of these pieces right here, so I have enough memory to do this. Right, make sure we save our file before proceeding so I don't get any crashes. Okay, next up, I think we got my boy Vital. Holy shit, Vital, you did this so quickly. You just got these ideas done just so fucking concisely as well. And I think your likeness is just almost spot on, better than mine. I think maybe a little bit more like edgy on the chin, but like overall your values is just so fucking, you got such a crazy eye for value. Because I can tell you just went straight for it almost, like you knew what you wanted to achieve. And I really appreciate the subtlety, and I think the eyes especially, this gradation and stuff, and as well as the value, like I can probably pick your value and see. It's like that, and you're so close, you're so crazy good. I think like the resemblance is definitely there. Really super good eye, man. Like holy fucking shit. With the nose, like, and you got such a crazy eye for angle and shape. I love the like the simplification over here with the lower eye. When you went super triangular with it, that's something that I do a lot as well, and I really appreciate it because this is done so well with the piece. I don't think I pulled it off nearly as well over there. I think I smoothed it out later on, but I love the stylization there. I think that's really cool. I just love it. It just screams you as well. It's like it really screams like it's a piece that you would do. Super well done. Yeah, I think you did a really good job. Really strong. Lastly, we got the girl. Holy shit, so many of you guys drew this with me. You guys are crazy. Got the girl Venus, just blowing me out of the water with her beautiful fucking study. Look at that. Look at how beautiful that is. Look at how fucking beautiful that is. Gorgeous. I love the highlights. I love the stylization. The majority, all of the angles look super good. It could have been the same movement with the fucking filter applied to it. Like it's so good. I think I really like the fact that the hand isn't as sharply rendered as well with the highlights and everything. So the focus is kind of drawn towards the face. I love the stranding on the hair. I think your stranding is phenomenal. Really good job with that. I gotta pick your brain on your brush application right there. But yeah, all the occlusions and stuff you fucking nailed. Look at the occlusion value behind the ears and stuff. Holy shit. Man, you're so fucking good. What? And just to put this into perspective, this is what it started out like, my friends. So yeah. That's the same thing. So that makes my drawing look like this. Jesus fucking Christ. My Vini right there. My goodness. My goodness. It looks incredible, Vini. Are you happy about this one? How do you feel about this one? Should I post how mine started out? Please do. I'm always curious. How do you feel about this study, guys? How do you feel like you did? I did okay. I was feeling better about it before, but definitely it's very strong. Did you exaggerate any of the highlights? I'm actually really curious to pick this one. I'm gonna do it while Vital posts some of his stuff. I feel happy? Dude, I'm glad you feel happy. Yeah, you're so bold with it as well. You went lighter in certain areas, but it works so well. Dude, I think you're teaching me something right now with this idea. You're not just painting what's there, you're painting what you want it to look like. Which I think is a super important lesson that I think I just learned. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I would definitely want to play with mine a little bit more. And you're definitely right that I should have squished the face a little bit, huh? I tend to like more exaggerated contrast. Yeah, I've been trying to reach just the regular contrast, but I think this really works so well, and I just love how you do faces in general. This blending is so fucking good, and I really can't get enough of it. I feel like I'm getting there slightly, but this is just phenomenal. It's so beautiful. I definitely think that the face needs to be smushed a little bit. I think both of you got the face. I think all of you actually got the face really, really well done in terms of the proportion. It's definitely a lot more square than I have it. That's a big overarching mistake that I have. So this is definitely what you were talking about initially with the squishing, and I definitely see that now. The hair is amazing. Yeah, it's so fucking good. I mean, I don't. Your hair is really good as well. I mean, I really don't mind the simplified version. Like I did the hand. I mean, those are those hand studies, my friend. They come in spicy and hot. Look at all these beautiful pieces of art. I think Vital posted his initial. Dude, that's super crazy. Like, I love the difference. I can show you this. I'll put this in the stream as well. This is how Vital did it. Almost like an oil painter would start this piece off. That's Vital start. Dude, look at the beautiful difference in style that we have. And you're both such killer artists. I'm such a big fan of you guys' work. Dude, I'm just so thrilled with all of this. This entire stream has been fucking great for me. And I hope it was good for you guys as well. I love how you did the background as well, Venus. Like, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Man, I really need to figure out... I love how you layered this in. Did you use any lines at all, Vital? Or did you attempt to do it in like Venus' style as well? Reminds me of how Wednesday does his stuff. I know, super blocky, right? I really like that. That's really cool. I just painted straight on. Dude, your accuracy is stellar, man. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, thank you so much for painting with me. That's crazy. I love Wednesday's work. We all fucking... Wednesday's awesome. He's been painting crazy hours because apparently they needed new art for like a new operating system or something. And he's having to pull like crazy 18-hour shifts and stuff. And yeah, he's in a pretty bad way. He's got kind of tendinitis in one of his arms and he has to get like a cortisone shot. That is happening today, I think. Trying to relieve some of the pain. That dude's like pumping it out crazily. The guitar, huh? Guitar, this is fucking great, man. Look at that. As a guitarist, look at how good that is. That's really good. I think that's one of your strongest female faces yet. I think your hands are pretty solid as well. I'm getting that. I think the contrast over here is really well spotted. Really well done. How do you feel about this one? I hope he's doing okay. Yeah, it's poor fella, man. Poor fella. I love the eyes and the inclusion of the highlights. I think us upping the contrast very slightly would do wonders for the piece. But I think overall, there's a lot going right with this piece, 100%. What do you guys think? Vital and Venus, you got any words for our boy Guitar over here? While I look for people to raid, but I think it's a really good job overall. Super good job. And I think you're getting a lot better at the hair, by the way, I should say. I can see the segments being a lot clearer than they were on the hair study day. That's definitely a big positive. Good takeaway. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly check streaming where you guys hopefully give Guitar some kind words. And holy shit, you guys are fucking nuts. That was a really fun stream for me. I'm glad you guys enjoyed this stuff. Who do you guys want to raid? We can raid Nick, we can raid Bonnie, Michael D. Nicola, Sticky, Rachel Rage, or somebody new. Claire is streaming as well. I've never raided Claire before. Currently seem to be midtones, just push highlights and shadows. There you go. Yeah, I think your eye for value is completely fine. I just think if you, as Vital said, just pushed it a little bit, that'd be a really good thing. That's what I've been doing with the value studies, right? I think the more we push the values, the more realistic, like, or the more appealing it looks. Like, look at Venus; she's like, taking it to the next level with like pushing the contrast. And look at Vital's like occlusion area on the side. Like, he went hard on the occlusion on this side, and it looks fucking great. Like, it really frames the face, really brings out the brightness of her skin. I think it's awesome. How's it going, yeah, dog? We're just going over the studies that we did today. This one is mine. This one is Vital in the chat. That's Vital DPM. This one over here is Birth of Venus. Fantastic painters, both of them. This one is from my mod, Guitarra. This is from a good friend, Maddie M, who is a fellow streamer. Follow all these people. Really, really good job today, guys. Fucking fantastic. I had a fantastic time with you guys. Dylan Griffin? I do not know Dylan Griffin, but we can definitely rate him. I will definitely go on your behest, my dear Venus. I like the crispness of the one on top right. Definitely, dude. Vital is super, super on point with his value placement. The guy has a crazy eye. But for now, it is the end of my stream, my friends, so I'm going to send you over to the person recommended to me by Birth of Venus, a good friend of mine, so therefore any friend of Venus's is a friend of mine. And we're going to send all you beautiful people that way. Thank you so much for drawing along with me, for giving me all your input, for being so incredibly kind to spend time out of your precious day to draw with me, to give me kind words, to give me critiques, to give me feedback, just to spend time with me and hang out with me. That's crazy, you guys. I mean, that's more than I could ever ask for, and you guys go above and beyond, and I'm very, very grateful to know you guys. So without further ado, let's go raid Dylan Griffin. Did I hit that right? Did I do that right? Is it working? Is it doing anything? Did it do anything for anybody? Did that work? I don't know if it did. Can I get some confirmation? Did that even work? What's happening? It worked? Well, it's not working on my screen, unfortunately. What's the call? Oh, it's this one. It says raiding, but nothing happened. I don't see the notification popping up. It may have bugged. But that's my raid. Let me try it again. Didn't work. What's happening? What's happening? Stream is broke. Hold on, let me try this in a different window. I'm still here? I know, isn't it strange? Hold on, let me try initiating it from a different chat window. This might be a little bit busted.
Whoa. Hey. Indian Broad 94. Wow. Thanks for the raid. And the host thing. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. Hey guys. Guitar 3457. Thanks for the